누르시고요.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome. I am Zhoc, Deputy Director of Human Engagement Research Institute and also Dean of College of Education at Chung-Ang University. I am so glad to invite you all for this third Global Human Engagement Conference. 지금부터 제가 우리말로 하도록 하겠습니다. 반갑습니다. 저희 세 번째 제3차 글로벌 휴먼 인게이지먼트 국제 학술대회에 참여해 주신 여러분 감사드립니다. 오늘 8개국 저명한 학자분들을 모시고 인게이지먼트와 관련된 여러 다양한 컨텍스트의 어젠다와 그리고 새롭게 어떤 동향들을 여러분과 함께 나누고자 합니다. 개회에 앞서 저희 오프닝 리마크를 송혜덕 글로벌 HRD 원장님께서 해주시겠습니다.
네. 안녕하십니까. 중앙대 교육학과 글로벌 인적자원 개발대학원장 송혜덕입니다. 네, 2024년도 글로벌 휴먼 인게이지먼트 컨퍼런스 개최를 환영합니다. 네, 근본 컨퍼런스는요, 중앙대학교 교육학과 BK21 플러스 사업팀에서 주관을 합니다. 저는 사업팀의 팀장으로서 근본 컨퍼런스를 위해서 여러분들께서 지혜를 모아주셨습니다. 네, 특히 중앙대 교육학과 교수님들 그리고 많은 노고를 하고 있는 BK 참여 대학원생들 여러분들에게 감사를 드립니다. 네, 근본 컨퍼런스는요, Engagement for Future, Expanding the Window라는 이런 주제로 학교, 학습, 지역사회, 직무에 대한 인게이지먼트를 다양한 시각에서 조망을 하고 있습니다. 네, 우리나라를 포함한 총 8개국에서 10명의 해당 분야 저명한 학자들이 발표를 해주실 예정입니다. 네, 발표를 위해 옥고와 또 이 좋은 영상을 보내주신 발표자 여러분들 한 분 한 분에게 감사를 드립니다. 또 근본 학술대회를 사회를 맡아주신 중앙대학교 교육학과의 홍하정 교수님, 그리고 김영경 연구교수님, 휴먼 인게이지먼트 연구소의 조윤성 교수님, 한국과학기술대학의 김우철 교수님에게 감사드립니다. 네, 최근 10여 년간 인게이지먼트에 관한 관심이 학계 그리고 이 다양한 실천 영역에서 급격하게 증대가 되고 있습니다. 네, 중앙대 교육학과에서는요, 이 인게이지먼트 주제에 집중을 해서 이 디지털 전환 시대의 인게이지먼트, 또 인게이지먼트를 평가하기 위한 학습 분석 등 이 관련된 컨퍼런스를 이미 실시를 한 바 있습니다. 네, 근본 학술대회는 제3회에 해당이 되고요. 이 주제에서 드러난 것처럼 러닝 인게이지먼트, 스쿨 인게이지먼트, 시빅 인게이지먼트, 인플로이 인게이지먼트 등 이 다양한 영역에서 인게이지먼트, 이 몰입하는 게 왜 중요한지, 또 그 몰입의 구성 요인들이 어떻게 되어 있는지를 탐색하고 있습니다. 특히 인상적인 점은요, 이 중앙대 교육학과에서 이 인게이지먼트를 주제로 박사 학위를 취득한 김낭 박사, 또 박진서 박사, 이 두 박사님의 연구도 포함되어 있다라는 점입니다. BK21 플러스 사업의 중요한 성과가 학문 후속 생대의 양성이다라는 이런 점에서 봤었을 때요, 굉장히 깊은 성과다, 뜻깊은 성과다라고 말씀을 드릴 수 있고요. 이 두 박사님은 해당 주제의 논문을 해외 권위 있는 학술지에 이미 개최를 했고, 또 연구재단에서 우수학술 논문상도 수상을 한 바가 있습니다. 모쪼록 오늘 참여하신 여러분들께서 저희가 준비한 학술대회를 통해서 이 저명한 또 이 최근에 인게이지먼트에 관련된 연구 성과를 잘 들여다보시고 보다 인게이지먼트된 학교, 보다 인게이지먼트된 조직, 또 이 보다 인게이지먼트된 지역사회, 그리고 이 사회를 만들어가기 위한 인사이트들을 얻어가시기 바라겠습니다. 네, 고맙습니다.
네, 원장님 감사합니다. 자, 그럼 본격적으로 시작할 텐데요. 저희 말씀드렸듯이 8개국 저명한 학자분들께서 참여해 주셨습니다. 저희 키노트 스피커로 난양공대 그레고리 리엄 교수님께서 학습과 학교에서의 몰입에 대해서 말씀 주시겠습니다.
Hi everyone. It is an honor for me to speak in this 2024 Global Human Engagement Conference. My name is Gregory Liem, and I am from the National Institute of Education in Singapore. I will divide my presentation into 4 sections. First, I will briefly define student engagement and highlight why student engagement is important. Second, I will identify problems in the student engagement literature. And third, I will introduce the dual component model of student engagement that we propose. And lastly, I will draw implication of the dual component model for practice, theory, and research. Let me first begin by defining student engagement and highlighting why student engagement is important. In the first edition of the Handbook of Research on Student Engagement, Christensen and her colleagues define student engagement as student commitment and active participation in academic and other school-related activities. Because of this broad definition, there is little consensus among researchers on the theoretical and conceptual boundaries of the student engagement construct. Despite the disagreement, however, one of the key features of student engagement that researchers have agreed on is that student engagement is multidimensional, with at least 3 dimensions, comprising the affective, behavioral, and cognitive dimensions of student engagement. Affective engagement represents emotional reactions that students experience towards academic work, classmates, teachers at school. As a result, constructs ranging from enjoyment or boredom in learning to school belonging have been considered as affective engagement. Behavioral engagements represents the observable type of engagement, and these may include task persistence, compliance to rules and regulations, class participation, punctuality, school attendance, homework completion, or the amount of time that students spend on a task. And lastly, cognitive engagements represents the mental work that students engage in, and this may include a wide range of variables such as deep and surface cognitive strategies, school valuing, as well as cognitive and metacognitive activities that have been classified under self-regulated learning, such as goal setting, task understanding, planning, elaboration, rehearsal, and monitoring. So as you can see, like how student engagement has been broadly defined, each of the dimensions of student engagement has also included a broad range of constructs. Why students' engagement and why is student engagement important? The literature has shown that student engagement is associated with numerous positive academic and non-academic outcomes. Under the category of academic outcomes include academic achievement, school completion, educational aspiration, and also increased academic motivation, because students' engagement and student motivation have been found to have reciprocal relationships. As for the non-academic benefits of student engagement has been found to be associated with subjective well-being, life satisfaction, positive emotion, resilience, and self-regulatory skills in life. Taken together, the literature has informed us that when we try to improve student engagement, we will also reap the benefit on academic and non-academic outcomes. Another key feature of student engagement that makes it important is the malleability of student engagement. Student engagement has been considered as a construct that is responsive to changes in student motivation as well as to changes in contextual factors such as positive teacher-student relationship, high teacher expectation, and curriculum and contents that are relevant to students and has real-life connections. Importantly, the literature has also documented successful interventions that help promote students' engagement and achievement. If you are interested in a variety of interventions focusing on student engagement, I would like to bring your attention to the book on the left, the Handbook of Students' Engagement Interventions. In addition, the book on the right is the second edition of the Handbook of Research on Student Engagement, which was published in 2022. The handbook showcases development in a range of student engagement research, models, and practices. So if you're interested in deepening your understanding about student engagement, I would encourage you to start with this handbook. I will now move on to the second section, identifying and discussing problems in the student engagement literature. Earlier, we have seen that student engagement is a hot topic in the scholarly literature. It has gained attention and interest among the academic community and practitioners alike. However, beyond the proliferation of student engagement studies and reviews, the student engagement literature is not free from problems. This problem has been known as conceptual haziness, as a blanket term that can be unpacked into four more specific problems. First, overgeneralization. Second, jingle-jangle fallacies. Third, object ambiguity. And fourth, under-theorization. First, let's take a look at overgeneralization. Overgeneralizations describes how student engagement has become a catch-all concept that encompasses any variable that affects student school success. As you can see on the slide, researchers and educators have called a wide range of variables that students do and experience as students' engagement. As one of the leading student engagement scholars, Jennifer Frederick said, such a broad characterization of student engagement is concerning because the field would run the risk of explaining almost everything related to student experiences in school, and as a result, not explaining anything at all. The second problem is jingle-jangle fallacies. Jingle fallacy refers to the wrong or erroneous assumption that the same label has a single meaning when in fact it represents different phenomena and students' experiences. For example, in the case of students' engagement, the term has been interpreted as students' motivation to learn, school connectedness, and state of flow, when in fact each of these has a different meaning and represents phenomenologically different student experiences. Jangle fallacies, on the other hand, refers to the wrong assumption that calling variables or constructs with different labels means that they are phenomenologically different, when in fact they represent a phenomena that is similar or identical in terms of their nature, scope, as well as their antecedents and outcomes. For example, people use the term student involvement, school engagement, or academic engagement as different, when in fact they refer to the same blanket term of student engagement. The third problem is object ambiguity. Object ambiguity refers to the lack of specification on the object or focus of engagement. Student engagement researchers often fail to define the object which students are engaged in. And for those who did, there was little consensus on what this object is. For example, The object of student engagement has been identified as school and school-related activities, course of study, and learning activities. Depending on the objects that the students are engaged in, the meaning of student engagement could differ or vary drastically. The fourth or last problem is under-theorization. Under-theorization represents the inadequate theoretical discourse about the meaning and nature of students' engagement. As a result, student engagement researchers tend to borrow concepts from different motivation theories in their investigation. One major perspective suggests that student engagement is generally regarded as outcome of student motivation. However, due to the lack of student engagement theorization and the over reliance on theories of motivations, researchers tend to use motivational concepts like perceived value of school or learning as indicators of engagement. As a consequence of not having a theory on its own, the field suffers from the previously mentioned problem of overgeneralization, jingle-jangle fallacies, and object ambiguity. In view of the problems identified in the literature, as I discussed earlier, we come up with the dual component model of student engagement. Inspired by Zach's model of employee engagement, the dual component proposes a model of student engagement that differentiates between learning engagement and school engagement. Just like Zach's model of employee engagement recognizes that employee engagement consists of work and social component, and therefore distinguishes job engagement from organization engagement, we also distinguish learning engagement from school engagement. With learning engagement is closely related to students' work role obligation, and that would be learning or studying, and school engagement closely related to students' role as a member of a school community. First of all, aligned with the development in the student engagement literature, we distinguish learning engagement from learning disengagement as two mutually exclusive constructs rather than a dichotomy. We define learning engagement as students' psychological state of activity that affords them to feel activated, exert effort, and be absorbed during learning activities. In contrast, we define learning and disengagement as students' psychological state of inactivity that leads them to feel deactivated, withdraw effort, and be distracted during learning activities. To address the object ambiguity problem, we consider learning activities as the object of learning engagement. As students learn different subjects and engage in different types of learning activities, we find it important to specify the subject and the type of learning activities that students are engaged in. For example, instead of referring to students' engagement in learning or students' engagement in learning mathematics, it is important to refer to students' engagement in learning mathematics during the mathematics classroom lesson. As a psychological phenomenon, we agree with the consensus in the field that learning engagement comprises its affective, behavioral, and cognitive dimensions. The affective dimensions represents the degree to which students feel activated or deactivated during learning activities. Since students do not necessarily have to experience enjoyment to be engaged, we propose to use a more encompassing and broader construct than emotion, namely activating or deactivating affect that may range from low valence such as feeling alert or tired to high valence such as enjoyment or boredom. The behavioral dimension represents the degree to which students intentionally exert or intentionally withdraw effort during learning activities. Although scholars have agreed that behavioral engagement represents persistence and sustained effort, and behavioral disengagement represents the lack of effort and the process of giving up, it is important to point out that there is a debate on whether persistence and sustained effort should be classified as behavioral or cognitive engagement. This debate mainly arises from the fact that effort and persistence in academic learning contexts are often more mental or cognitive than physical in nature. In this regard, we are inclined to classify persistent and sustained effort into behavioral engagement because it involves intentionality or the deliberate and purposeful nature of on-task actions. Lastly, the cognitive dimensions represents the degree to which students are mentally absorbed in task-relevant thoughts, or in contrast, distracted or mind-wandering during learning activities. It is important to note that, unlike previous perspectives that included motivational beliefs such as achievement goals, task valuing, self-efficacy, and educational aspiration as cognitive engagement, we do maintain that cognitive engagement should reflect general cognitive processes like mental absorption and focus less on the specific type of strategies that students use during learning, such as deep and surface learning strategies. This is because an engaged student does not necessarily need to utilize deep cognitive strategies, since the effectiveness of strategy may vary according to the type of activity, level of expertise, and outcome of interest. Let us now move on to school engagement. Unlike learning engagement, which we consider as a psychological phenomenon, we consider school engagement as a relational phenomenon. Specifically, we define school engagements as student state of connection with the school community and school disengagement as student state of disconnection from the school community. What is the object of school engagement? We consider the school community and its sub-communities as the object of school engagement, and this object may refer to the school broadly, classes in specific subject domains, or specific interest groups like extracurricular activities. Like learning engagement, which comprises its affective, behavioral, and cognitive dimensions, we propose that school engagement comprises relational, participatory, and psychological dimensions. The relational dimension represents the degree to which students are emotionally attached to or detached from people in the school community. The student engagement literature has considered students' emotional reactions towards teachers and peers as the emotional component of student engagement. However, many student engagement researchers have also considered relationship as contextual factors that predict engagement. With the distinction of school engagement and learning engagement that we propose here, it is now clear that both groups of researchers are referring to different types of student engagement, with school engagement referring to the state of connection with the school community and learning engagement to the state of activity in learning. The participatory dimensions represents the degree to which students are compliant or defiant to the school rules and expectations. In this regard, we see compliance with the school rules and cooperative participation in school activities as an aspect of social responsibility that reflects students' social goals and socially motivated behaviors. And lastly, the psychological dimensions represents the degree to which students identify or distance themselves from the school community. Although related, psychological engagement is distinct from relational engagement. While psychological engagement examines students' emotional and cognitive connections with a group, relational engagement examines students' emotional attachment to individuals within the group. In other words, psychological engagement focuses on student perceived significance of being a member of the school community. I have described the dual component model of student engagement. We now arrive at the last section of this presentation, in which I will draw implication for practice, theory, and research. The dual component model of student engagement differentiates student engagement into learning and school engagement. A recent meta-analysis that we conducted has shown that indicators of learning engagement are more strongly associated with academic achievement, whereas indicators of school engagement are more strongly associated with subjective well-being. Therefore, there is a basis for us to believe that if we want to improve students' academic achievement, we need to target learning engagement. And if we want to foster students' well-being, we need to focus on student school engagement. The distinction between learning and school engagement also has an important implication in helping us to identify groups of students who may be different in their learning and school engagement profiles. There are students who may be academically engaged but socially disengaged, or the other way around. Lastly, to foster learning engagement, we may want to design and implement educational intervention that aim to promote students' learning motivation as an antecedent of learning engagement, or design and implement interventions that directly target learning engagement by modifying instructional strategies and curricular contents. To foster school engagement, on the other hand, we may want to design and implement interventions that aim to promote positive school and classroom climate, positive peer relationship, and students' social emotional competencies. It should be noted that the focus of the intervention on either learning or school engagement will certainly affect the other type of student engagement. However, it is important that we are more targeted in our effort to heighten student engagement such that our intervention become more effective. Another key area for future research is to place students' engagement in the larger context that represents students' schooling and learning experiences. This, for example, can be done by looking at the role of students' perceived teacher expectations and how these perceptions are associated with their motivation, self-confidence, and in turn with their learning and school engagement. It is then important to understand how learning and school engagement dimensions are associated with students' academic and non-academic outcomes. And lastly, in the era of globalization that we are in now, it is timely for us to examine student engagement from a social-cultural perspective. This, for example, can be done by asking the following broad research questions. Are the current theorizing and empirical work on student engagement applicable and generalizable to students of different socio-cultural backgrounds? How culture-specific are the associations between student engagement and their antecedents and outcomes? What are the potential moderating and mediating factors that could explain such differences? We are currently in the process of exploring socio-cultural issues in student engagement by inviting student engagement scholars to address this question in our forthcoming volume, Socio-Cultural Perspectives on Student Engagement. It is our hope that this volume will contribute to understanding of how learning and school engagement of students from different backgrounds can be optimized, while at the same time appreciating and respecting these students' cultural differences. And that is the end of my presentations. These are the references cited. And this one too. And finally, for further conversation about student engagement, please feel free to contact me at the following email address. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to make this presentation and to spend your time with me.
네, 안녕하세요. 학생 몰입 세션의 소개 안내를 맡은 중앙대학교의 김연경입니다. 이번 글로벌 휴먼 인게이지먼트 컨퍼런스에서 여러분을 뵙게 되어서 무척 반갑습니다. 이번 학술대회 장을 열어주신 키노트 스피치의 그레고리 림 교수님의 강연은 잘 들으셨죠? 네, 저는 림 교수님의 발표에서 학습 몰입의 지표는 학업 성취와 관련이 있고 학교 몰입의 지표는 주관적 웰빙과 더 강하게 관련이 있다는 이런 학생 몰입과 학교 몰입에 대한 구분을 해주시면서 각각 다른 인터벤션도 적용할 수 있다. 그렇게 해서 우리는 이 두 가지의 몰입을 향상시킬 수 있다라는 내용을 무척 흥미롭게 들었는데요. 그렇다면 우리는 학생의 몰입 수준이 현재 어떠한 수준이고 그리고 이제 몰입이 향상되었다는 것을 어떻게 확인할 수 있을까요? 네, 여러분들이 많이 잘 알고 계시듯이 접근하기 가장 쉬운 방법은 측정 도구를 활용하는 것입니다. 측정 도구를 활용해서 몰입 수준을 파악하는 방법인데요. 오늘 학생 몰입 세션에서 참여해 주신 연사분들께서도 어떻게 하면 학생 몰입을 정확하고 타당하게 측정할 수 있는가에 주목을 하셔가지고요. 다양한 학습 맥락에서 학생의 몰입 수준을 측정할 수 있는 도구에 대한 발표들을 준비해 주셨습니다. 먼저 제가 소개해드릴 발표는요. 긍정 심리에 기반한 학생 몰입과 인터벤션에 관한 연구를 꾸준히 수행하고 계시는 영국 옥스퍼드 브룩스 대학의 카렌 조 박사님의 발표입니다. 네, 카렌 조 박사님께서는 고등교육 환경에서 저희 이제 대학생활 중에서의 학습 몰입 측정 도구를 소개해 주실 예정인데요. 지금까지 저의 연구들을 보면 많은 분들의 연구를 보면 고등교육 환경에서 학습 몰입에 대한 많은 연구들은 학생의 행동에 많이 주목을 했습니다. 그렇지만 이제 카렌 조 박사님께서는 새로운 연구를 하셔가지고요. 심리적 관점을 기반으로 학생의 몰입 수준을 어떻게 측정할 수 있는지를 다차원적인 구성 용인과 더불어서 설명을 해주실 예정입니다. 그렇다면 카렌 조 박사님의 발표를 듣도록 하겠습니다. 모두 경청해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Hello everyone, my name is Karen Zhoc. I'm lecturer in psychology of the Department of Psychology, Health and Professional Development at Oxford Brookes University. It is my great pleasure to be invited to speak at the Global Human Engagement Conference. I'm pleased to share with you today on the development and insights of the Higher Education Student Engagement Scale, HESES. Today's presentation is guided by this article, which is published in the Journal of Research in Higher Education. I'm delighted that the development of HESES has received positive feedback and contribute to the advancement of higher education. Since its publication, it has received a considerable number of citations, reflecting its support by the academic community. I'm very grateful for it. This presentation will be structured into four main parts. First, I'll provide some background information on student engagement in higher education. Then I will explain the development process of HESES and present the relevant psychometric evidence of the scale, including its content validity, construct validity, scale reliability, and criterion validity. Lastly, I'll share the values and future direction of HESES. There has been an increasing amount of interest on student engagement over the last decade. This can be evidenced by a search in PsycInfo from 2013, 2014 to 2023, which yielded a total of 2,110 journal articles with the title of Student Engagement. This proliferation of studies highlights the growing recognition of the importance of student engagement in higher education. Engaging in a variety of educationally productive activities builds the foundation of skills and disposition people need to live a productive, satisfying life after college. Said another way, engagement helps to develop habits of the mind and heart. This quote by Zhoc highlights the critical role of student engagement in higher education. Through engagement, students not only acquire essential skills, but also develop disposition that help them flourish in their studies, future lives, and careers. Indeed, there is extensive research evidence supporting the positive relationship between student engagement and student learning outcomes, including enhanced academic performance, cognitive development, psychosocial development, self-esteem, as well as students' overall satisfaction with their university experience. So what is student engagement? Student engagement is a complex and multifaceted concept. Although there's a general agreement on its multidimensional nature, there are considerable differences in the concepts and definition of student engagement used across studies, in particular between the school and higher education context. In the higher education context, student engagement has been approached from a behavioral perspective. The focus is on the behaviors of students engaging in activities that research has shown to be linked with high-quality learning outcomes. As defined by Hu and Ku, one of the widely cited definitions in higher education, student engagement is the quality of effort students themselves devote to educationally purposeful activities that contribute directly to desired outcomes. National Survey of Student Engagement, NSSE, is a prominent measure that adopts this behavioral perspective of student engagement. The NSSE is the most pervasive attempt to study student engagement in higher education. Nearly 1,700 colleges and universities in the USA and Canada have participated in the NSSE. In fact, it is the success and widespread use of the NSSE that contribute to the popularity of the concept of student engagement. According to NSSE, student engagement represents not only the amount of time and effort students put into their studies and other educationally purposeful activities, but also how the institution generates conditions that stimulate and support students' learning. This is the framework of the NSSE, which consists of 4 major dimensions, including participation in educationally purposeful activities, institutional requirements and the challenging nature of coursework, perception of the college environment, estimates of educational and personal growth. The measure includes not only students' engagement behaviors, but also students' perception of the college environment, that is, whether it provides sufficient learning opportunities and effective learning environment for students. For example, there are items that ask students about their coursework, instructors, and institution. A sample item of it is, how much does your institution emphasize the following? Student engagement in the school context is quite different from the higher education, as it adopts the psychological perspective of student engagement, which includes not only the behavior of students, but also their internal states, including both their affect and cognition. An example of this perspective is the 4-component model of student engagement proposed by Rashley and Christensen. This model includes academic, behavioral, cognitive, and psychological engagement of students, highlighting the multifaceted nature of student engagement. The merit of this approach is that it clearly delineates the states of being engaged from its antecedents or its consequences. It facilitates investigation on the factors that hinder or facilitate student engagement. In higher education, there's a lack of measures that are theoretically supported and psychometrically sound, which can help us understand engagement from student level of involvement in the learning process. By adopting the psychological perspective of student engagement in higher education, we can make a clear distinction between indicators and facilitators of student engagement. Indicators of student engagement are the descriptive features that define student engagement, which may include behavioral, cognitive, emotional exhibitions of student engagement. Facilitators are the external conditions or factors that influence student engagement, which may include resources, facilities, and activities provided by an institution. In short, it facilitates the study of factors that inhibit or enhance student engagement as well as the consequences related to it. HESES was developed on the basis of Phim and Zimmer's student engagement model. According to Phim and Zimmer, there are 4 dimensions that appear repeatedly in the different student engagement models, including academic engagement, cognitive engagement, social engagement, and affective engagement. These 4 main facets of student engagement are highly intercorrelated and exhibited by a student to different extents. Taking into account the distinctive characteristics in higher education, I proposed a 5-factor model of student engagement, which includes the dimensions of academic engagement, cognitive engagement, social engagement with peers, social engagement with teachers, and affective engagement. This table shows the 5 dimensions of HESES. For academic engagement, there are 2 subscales under it, which are academic learning and online engagement. Academic learning refers to behavior related to learning and academic study, such as attendance, coming to class prepared, showing effort in study. As to online engagement, it refers to the use of IT to support learning. An example item is related to the use of internet for study. As to cognitive engagement, it is related to cognitive energy invested in learning, understanding, and mastering knowledge. Students who are cognitively engaged show their desire to extend their knowledge. An example item of this scale is related to the motivation to study. As to social engagement with peers, there are 2 subscales under it, which are peer engagement and beyond class engagement. For peer engagement, it is interaction with peers for learning and knowledge construction. A sample item is related to regularly studying with other students. As to beyond class engagement, it is the social nature of connections with other students. As studies shows that students who feel socially connected and supported tend to feel more positive towards academic learning. For example, a sample item is related to students' effort to mix with other students at university. Regarding social engagement with teachers, it is related to the interaction with teaching staff. A sample item is related to students' initiative to approach teaching staff for discussing their work. Finally, it is affective engagement. It refers to the students' feelings of involvement in and belongingness to the institutions. An example item is, I feel I belong to the university community. In order to assess the validity and reliability of HESES, different psychometric evaluations were conducted, including content validity, construct validity, scale reliability, and criterion validity. The validity study included 560 undergraduate students from a university in Hong Kong. These students were from different degree programs across 10 faculties of the university. An email invitation was sent to students inviting them to fill in an online survey at the end of the academic year. In addition to HESES, the survey included items on GPA and student satisfaction with the university experience. The HESES was conducted based on the first-year engagement scale, developed by Krause and Coase, but with suitable refinement of the items and structure of the scale, as well as substantial discarding of items to enhance its brevity, reducing the original 61 items to 28 items only in the HESES. To ensure the content of all the items is reflective of its factors, a panel of 6 academics staff who were from different universities and experienced in teaching undergraduate students was invited to review the relevancy and appropriateness of the items. As to construct validity, confirmatory factor analysis, CFA was performed to assess whether the HESES, which was structured according to our proposed 5-factor student engagement model, so whether the model could be supported by the data in the present study. From the model fit statistic, they showed that the correlated 5-dimensional model was tenable. For example, for the LMSEA, a value of 0.05 or less indicates a closed model fit, while CFI value is 0.93, which is about 0.9, the acceptable cutoff accepted by many researchers. In addition to the CFA results, the factor loadings, which show whether items are reliable measures of the respective factors, were found to be ranged from 0.42 to 0.89. According to Comey and Lee's criteria for evaluating item quality, approximately 90% of the HESES items were considered good, very good, or excellent. So only 3 items were considered acceptable or fair indicators of their respective dimensions. Furthermore, a multi-group CFA was conducted to determine whether the factor structure was invariant across genders, meaning that the scale measures the construct consistently across different gender groups, allowing for meaningful and valid comparison across genders. Since after imposing the restrictions of equal factor loadings across the gender groups, the overall fit statistic and the CFI values remained the same. Factorial invariance was established. Indeed, according to Jen and Westphal, a change of less than 0.01 of the CFI value indicates strong factorial invariance. With respect to internal consistency of the HESES, the Crumpus alpha coefficient were found to be ranged from 0.7 to 0.87, indicating that all the dimensions were internally consistent. To evaluate the criterion validity of HESES, multiple regressions were performed to assess whether HESES was predictive of students' GPA and their satisfaction with the university experience. The regression results showed that cognitive engagement and social engagement with peers and teachers explained 15% of the variance in GPA. Moreover, cognitive engagement and social engagement with peers explained a total of 29% of variance in student satisfaction with the university experience. In conclusion, our study on the HESES provides a new perspective on measuring student engagement in higher education. The scale is built with theoretical ground and supported by various psychometric evidence. Different from the dominant behavioral perspective in higher education, HESES adopts a psychological perspective, streamlining student engagement at students' level of involvement in the learning process. It is a multifaceted construct with academic, cognitive, social, and affective dimensions. This facilitates in-depth analysis of its contextual factors and consequences of student engagement, advancing our understanding of student engagement in higher education. Looking ahead, since the study was validated in the Hong Kong context, with a limited sample size of 560 undergraduate students only, efforts will be made to validate the scale by improving the sample size, as well as including students from different universities, cultures, and backgrounds, so as to ensure its broad applicability and reliability. Moreover, future research should include a more comprehensive evaluation of the scale, such as test-retest reliability, the concurrent validity, and divergent validity. I'm grateful to have this opportunity to share with you my research study. Thank you for your time and interest in this presentation. Here are the references for this presentation. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me at this email. Thank you.
네, 여러분 카렌 조 박사님 발표 잘 들으셨나요? 여러분들이 대학 생활에서는 어떠한 몰입을 경험해 보셨나요? 저는 이제 생각해 보니까 카렌조 박사님이 이제 학업적 몰입이나 인지적 몰입이나 동료와의 사회적 몰입이나 교사와의 사회적 몰입 그리고 정서적 몰입의 측면까지 자세히 설명해 주시고 어떠한 측정적으로 개발을 해야 우리가 학생들의 몰입을 잘 파악할 수 있을지 설명을 해 주셨는데요. 여러분들께서도 이러한 측정 도구, 이 카렌조 박사님의 도구를 적용해서 대학 생활에서 학생의 몰입을 어떻게 높일 수 있을지에 대한 연구를 한번 또 진행해 보셔도 좋을 것 같다는 생각이 들었습니다. 그럼 저희 이제는 이제 몰입의 맥락을 온라인 학습으로 옮겨가 보겠습니다. 여러분 온라인 학습의 한 형태인 무크 많이 수강하고 들으신 적 있으시죠? 네, 그때 여러분 어떠셨나요? 온라인 학습 환경은 내가 자기주도적으로 학습을 가야 되기 때문에 네, 몰입을 하기 참 힘든 학습 환경이죠. 네, 이번 발표를 준비해 주신 중국 항저우 사범대학의 루치덩 교수님은 능동적 몰입과 온라인 환경에서의 능동적 몰입에 대한 연구를 꾸준히 수행하고 계신 학자분이신데요. 오늘은 무크 환경에서 우리가 과연 몰입을 어떻게 정의하고 그러한 몰입의 구성요인은 어떠한 것들이 있으며 어떠한 문항을 구성을 해서 측정 도구를 개발하여 우리가 온라인 무크 환경에서의 몰입의 수준을 파악할 수 있을지에 대해서 설명을 해 주시고자 합니다. 그러면 이어서 루치덩 교수님의 발표를 듣도록 하겠습니다.
Hello everyone, my name is Ruiqi, and I'm excited to be at the 2024 Global Human Engagement Conference. Imagine millions of students from all over the world learning a course simultaneously. How can we measure their engagement? Today, I will be discussing measuring and understanding learning engagement in massive open online courses. This topic is crucial as MOOCs continue to play a significant role in global education. Let's dive into understanding how we can improve educational quality by analyzing learning engagement. Before we start, I'd like to briefly introduce myself. I completed my Doctor of Philosophy at the University of Queensland in Australia and my Master of Science in Education at the University of Oxford in the UK. Currently, I'm Associate Professor with Chung-Ang School of Education at Hangzhou Nanyang University. My research focuses on teaching and learning, specifically active learning, multimedia learning, as well as technology-enhanced learning. MOOCs are highly relevant to my research for several reasons. They often incorporate active learning principles through interactive elements like quizzes, discussions, and peer-reviewed assignments. They rely heavily on videos and animations to deliver instructional content. Additionally, MOOCs use digital platforms and tools for instruction and assessment, making them a form of technology-enhanced learning. I have published several research articles on MOOCs, including the development of a scale to quantify learner engagement in this unique educational context. Before we talk about learner engagement in MOOCs, let's take a look at the concept of MOOCs and the reasons why we pay attention to learner engagement in MOOCs. Imagine being able to take a free university-level course from the comfort of your own home on your own time, with thousands of other students from all over the world. That's what massive open online courses, or MOOCs, offer. They are like a virtual classroom, open to anyone with an internet connection and a device like a mobile phone or laptop. These courses are created by top universities and organizations, covering a wide range of subjects from computer science to art history. You don't need to apply or to be accepted. You can learn at your own pace. While the courses themselves are often free, you might have to pay a small fee if you want a certificate to show you completed the course. MOOCs are a game changer for education. They are making learning accessible to people who might not have had the chance to attend a traditional university, and they are breaking down barriers to knowledge. MOOCs are often hosted on MOOC platforms. Examples of major MOOC platforms are Xuetang in China, K-MOOC in Korea, FutureLearn in the UK, and Coursera in the US. Now let's talk about some of the challenges that MOOCs face. One of the biggest challenges is the high dropout rate, with many learners starting MOOCs but not completing them due to various reasons, like lack of motivation, busy schedules, or finding the course material disengaging. Another challenge is the sheer diversity of learners who enroll in MOOCs. People from all walks of life with different background knowledge and interests come together in these virtual classrooms. This diversity means that it can be tough to create a one-size-fits-all approach that keeps everyone engaged. And then there's the issue of limited interaction with instructors. MOOCs often have thousands of learners. It's simply not possible for instructors to provide the same level of individual attention and feedback as they would in a smaller traditional classroom. This can sometimes leave learners feeling a bit disengaged. These challenges emphasize the critical need to monitor the level of learner engagement in MOOCs. So, why should we care about learner engagement in MOOCs? Active engagement is often linked to higher completion rates and better academic performance in MOOCs. Conversely, disengagement is a major roadblock to learning and successful course completion. Given that low completion rates are a persistent concern in MOOCs, it's no surprise that researchers and practitioners are increasingly focusing on engagement as a key driver of success. While existing studies have explored various dimensions of learning engagement, such as behavioral, emotional, and social engagement, there is still a lack of consensus on how to define and measure engagement in the MOOC context. This lack of standardization makes it difficult to compare findings across studies and draw meaningful conclusions about what influences engagement and its impact on learning outcomes. This highlights the importance of measuring learning engagement. By collecting and analyzing data on how learners interact with MOOCs, we can gain valuable insights into their learning experiences. This data can then inform evidence-based decisions about course design, instructional strategies, and learner support services. Ultimately, a deeper understanding of learning engagement can empower us to create MOOCs that are more effective, engaging, and impactful for learners. In many MOOC studies, clickstream data, information like how often you click on videos or assignments, has been used to gauge learning engagement. It's a handy tool, especially for understanding how learners interact with the course materials, but it does not tell the whole story. Clickstream data only gives us insight into the external, observable behaviors of learners within MOOC platforms. It does not reveal what's happening inside their heads, their thoughts, feelings, and emotional connections to the course, and their learning behavior beyond the MOOC platforms. The internal aspects of engagement, like cognitive and emotional engagement, are just as important for understanding the overall learning experience. For example, Lee and Baker found that pausing a video does not necessarily mean learner is cognitively engaged with the content. They might be pausing for a coffee break or for any number of reasons unrelated to learning. That's why we've taken a different approach in our research. Instead of relying on clickstream data, we've used self-reported measures to capture a holistic view of learning engagement. In our research, we conceptualized learner engagement in MOOCs as a multi-dimensional construct comprising 4 key dimensions: behavioral, cognitive, emotional, and social engagement. Behavioral engagement refers to the observable actions learners take within the MOOC, such as watching videos, completing assignments, and participating in discussions. Cognitive engagement refers to the mental effort learners invest in understanding and mastering the course content. Emotional engagement delves into the feelings and attitudes learners have towards the MOOC, the instructor, their peers, and the content itself. While social engagement focuses on the interactions between learners and the instructors, as well as among learners themselves. To operationalize the multi-dimensional conceptualization of learning engagement, we developed the MOOC engagement scale. The development of the scale involved 4 phases: item generation and reduction, item refinement, item purification, and constructor validation. This rigorous multi-phase process ensured a robust scale that captures the unique aspects of learning engagement in MOOCs. To initiate the scale development process, we started by building a comprehensive collection of potential items to measure learning engagement. We did this by thoroughly reviewing existing research and scales used in higher education, adult learning, and online education settings. Examples of scale we referenced include students' course engagement questionnaire, the first year experience questionnaire, and the student engagement scale. However, we did not just blindly include everything we found. We carefully selected items that were relevant to the unique context of MOOCs. For instance, items about participating in school picnics or listening to other students in class were removed because they did not apply to the MOOC environment. We also combined items from different scales that had similar meanings. This helped us streamline our initial pool and avoid redundancy. After the process of refining and consolidating, we arrived at 27 items that we felt captured the key dimensions of learning engagement in MOOCs. We then rewarded these items to better reflect the specific language and activities of MOOCs. For instance, we changed I rarely skip classes to I rarely skipped videos or modules in the MOOC. This initial phase of item generation and reduction laid the groundwork for the subsequent phases of our scale development process, which I'll discuss in the following slides. In the second phase, we conducted 2 focus group interviews, an exploratory survey, an expert review, and a pilot survey. We refined our initial pool of 27 items to ensure they accurately captured learning engagement in MOOCs. We started by conducting 2 focus group sessions with 10 MOOC learners. Their feedback helped us identify 5 items that needed to be rewarded to better reflect the MOOC engagement patterns. Additionally, the focus groups helped us generate 4 new items specific to MOOCs, such as I often search for further information when I encountered something in the MOOC that puzzled me. This brought our total item count to 31. Next, we conducted an exploratory survey with 12 MOOC users. This involved asking them to describe their MOOC experiences. We also asked them to rate their agreement with the 31 items, which resulted in a minor modification to 1 item, splitting another item into 2, and adding 1 more new item. That is, I often check the MOOC forum to see what other learners asked and discussed. Our total now stood at 33 items. We then had 10 MOOC experts review the 33 items for content validity. Their feedback led to further adjustments in 7 items. Finally, we conducted a pilot survey with 15 MOOC users to confirm the item's readability. While all items were easily understood, we refined 7 more items based on participant feedback and provided clearer instructions for the survey. This iterative refinement process resulted in a set of 33 items that were ready for the next phase of our study. In phase 3, the goal was to purify the scale and identify the core dimensions of learning engagement in MOOCs. We did this by testing our refined set of 33 items with a larger group of MOOC learners. We recruited 590 participants from various platforms. We asked the participants to reflect on their most recent MOOC experience and rate their agreement with each of the 33 items. We then used the exploratory factor analysis to analyze the data. This helped us identify the underlying factors that best explain the patterns of responses. The EFA reviewed a 4-factor structure, which aligned with our initial theoretical framework of behavioral, cognitive, emotional, and social engagement. However, not all of the original 33 items were retained in the final scale. We removed 21 items that did not fit well with the 4-factor structure or did not meet our statistical criteria. This left us with a leaner, more focused scale of 12 items. The final 12-item scale explained 66% of the variance in learning engagement, and each of the 4 dimensions showed good internal consistency, meaning that the items within each dimension were measuring the same underlying construct. The final phase of our scale development focused on confirming the structure and validity of our MOOC engagement scale. We wanted to ensure that the 4 dimensions we identified in the previous phase, behavioral, cognitive, emotional, and social engagement, were indeed distinct and accurately represented the underlying construct of engagement. To do this, We collected data from 303 MOOC learners and conducted confirmatory factor analysis. We tested several models, including a higher order model, a bifactor model, and a general factor model. Our original four-factor model showed the best fit to the data. The fit indices indicated good fit between the model and the data, meaning our model accurately represented the relationships between the items and the four dimensions of engagement. The composite reliability for each factor was also high, indicating good internal consistency within each dimension. We also assessed the convergent and discriminant validity. Convergent validity means that the items within each dimension are measuring the same underlying construct, while discriminant validity means that the different dimensions are measuring distinct aspects of engagement. Our results supported both convergent and discriminant validity, further confirming the robustness of our scale. The MOOC engagement scale is comprised of four distinct dimensions, each capturing a different aspect of learning engagement. Behavioral engagement reflects MOOC learners' actions and participation in the course. Cognitive engagement assesses learners' mental effort and investment in learning. Emotional engagement explores learners' affective responses and feelings towards the course, while social engagement measures learners' interactions with instructors and peers. By examining these four dimensions together, we gain a comprehensive understanding of how learners are engaging with MOOCs. Now let's review the instructions for using the MOOC engagement scale. First, think about a specific MOOC that you have enrolled in. Keep this course in mind as you answer the questions. You will respond to each statement based on your experience in that MOOC using a 6-point Likert scale. The options range from strongly disagree to strongly agree. If a statement does not apply to your experience, make sure to select strongly disagree. For example, if you did not take any notes during the course, you should select strongly disagree for the statement about revisiting notes for assessments. The MOOC engagement scale offers a versatile tool for MOOC researchers and practitioners. By assessing four distinct dimensions of engagement, it provides a more comprehensive understanding of learning experiences than relying solely on clickstream data. For instructors and course designers, the scale can serve as a diagnostic tool, highlighting areas where learners may be struggling or disengaging. This information can then be used to provide targeted support to learners. The scale can also be used to evaluate the overall effectiveness of a MOOC, going beyond traditional metrics like completion rates. By understanding the different aspects of learning engagement, we can gain a deeper understanding of what makes a MOOC successful and identify areas for improvement. In research, the scale can be used to investigate the factors that influence learner engagement and its impact on learning outcomes. This can help us develop evidence-based strategies for creating more engaging and effective MOOCs. Furthermore, the scale can be used to segment learners based on their engagement profiles, allowing for more personalized learning experiences. By tailoring interventions to the specific needs of different learner groups, we can maximize the potential of MOOCs to reach and benefit a diverse range of learners. We apply the MES in our own research to investigate learner engagement in MOOCs, aiming to identify distinct engagement patterns and understand how these patterns relate to learner characteristics, teaching contexts, and learning outcomes. Our study involved 1,452 MOOC learners who completed a survey assessing their engagement across four dimensions. Through cluster analysis, we identified three distinct engagement profiles: individually engaged, least engaged, and wholly engaged. We found that wholly engaged learners were more likely to complete the MOOC, achieve better academic performance, and rate the quality of instruction higher than their less engaged counterparts. Additionally, we found that learner characteristics such as gender, origin, and motivation were associated with different engagement profiles. For example, learners who were motivated by academic or career goals were more likely to be wholly engaged learners, while those motivated by personal interest were more likely to be individually engaged learners. Finally, we found that teaching contexts such as the level and duration of the MOOC, and the form of assessments used in the MOOC also played a role in shaping learning engagement patterns. These findings highlight the importance of our understanding the multidimensional nature of engagement and tailoring MOOC design and instruction to cater to diverse learner profiles. The MOOC engagement scale has proven to be a valuable tool in understanding and improving learning engagement in MOOCs. However, its potential extends beyond these specific contexts. The MES has been adapted and applied to various educational settings, providing a useful framework for measuring and understanding learner engagement across diverse educational contexts, such as flipped classrooms. Thank you for your time and attention today. It has been a pleasure sharing my research on learner engagement in MOOCs with you at the 2024 Global Human Engagement Conference. I hope you found this presentation informative. I'm passionate about understanding how to create more effective and enjoyable learning experiences, particularly through the use of rigorous experimental and quasi-experimental research designs. If you have any questions or feedback, please feel free to connect with me through my email and website. I look forward to continuing the conversation and collaborating with you in the future. Thank you again for your interest and participation.
네, 여러분 르치덩 교수님 발표 잘 들으셨죠? 르치덩 교수님은 무크에서의 학습자의 몰입을 행동적, 인지적, 정서적, 사회적 몰입의 4가지 주요 차원으로 구성된다는 점을 강조해 주셨는데요. 카렌 주 교수님의 발표와 같이 몰입에 있어서의 사회적 몰입, 다른 사람과의 관계성이 중요하게 부각되고 있다는 점을 좀 강조해서 봐주셨으면 좋을 것 같습니다. 그리고 이제 루치덩 교수님 발표에서 말씀해 주신 바와 같이요. 이 도구는 플립드 러닝과 같은 다양한 교육 맥락에서도 활용 가능합니다. 그래서 이 측정 도구가 여러분들의 다른 연구에서도 적극 활용될 수 있기를 기대하겠습니다. 여러분, 코로나19 이후 우리는 이전보다 더 많은 온라인 학습에 참여하게 되셨잖아요. 그렇죠. 그래서 이미 온라인 학습에 대해서 적응이 되셔가지고 여러분들이 많은 다양한 목적으로 온라인 학습 환경에서의 학습을 충분히 꾸준히 수행하고 계시는데요. 이미 여러분들이 많이 경험해 보셨듯이 온라인 학습에서 가장 중요한 거는 학습자가 자기주도적으로 스스로 학습 과정에 참여해야 된다는 점입니다. 그래서 이에 많은 전문가분들, 이제 실천가들, 연구자분들께서 무크 환경에서는 이제 학습자가 주도적으로 내가 스스로 적극적으로 몰입하는 그런 부분도 너무 중요하게 됐다라고 여기시면서요. 이러한 학습자의 주도성과 관련된 몰입 측정에 대한 연구도 진행하고 계십니다. 다음 발표는요. 저희 이제 중앙교육교회 송혜덕 교수님과 한국교육개발원의 김낭 박사님께서 무크 환경에서 주도적 몰입 측정에 대한 연구를 준비해 주셨습니다. 많은 관심과 경청 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 두 분의 발표 이어서 듣겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 한국교육개발원의 부연구위원 김랑이라고 합니다. 네, 오늘 이렇게 BK 국제학술대회에 초대해 주셔서 진짜 감사드립니다. 저는 오늘 이전에 송혜덕 교수님과 같이 했었던 그 환경에서의 학생 몰입, 그리고 그 중에서도 특히 주도적 몰입에 대해서 저희가 관심을 갖고 이렇게 살펴보다가 그 주도적 몰입의 특성을 규명하고 그거에 대한 척도를 개발한 연구가 있었습니다. 그래서 이 연구를 오늘 이렇게 공유를 하고자 합니다. 네, 시작하기에 앞서서 사실 여러분들께서도 잘 아시겠지만, 무크라는 것은, 몰입이라는 것은 굉장히 이제 그 환경의 특성, 그 맥락적인 특성을 되게 그 영향을 많이 받는 구인인데요. 이제 그렇다 보니까 이제 이 무크 환경에 대해서 좀 먼저 알고 있으면 더 좋을 것 같아서 실제 무크 화면을 하나 캡처해 봤습니다. 이렇게 무크라는 것은 이제 뭐 많이 알고 계시겠지만 세계의 유수 대학들이 대학의 이제 강의를 온라인에 무료로 또 이제 말 그대로 매시브한 대중을 위해서 공개를 한 강의인데요. 네, 이게 화면에서 보고 계시는 이것도 이제 그 자기결정성 이론을 주장하는 그 학자인 라이언과 대시가 실제로 콘세라에 그 이론에 대한 강의를 제시하는 그 화면입니다. 그래서 저도 예전에 STT 이론에 대해서 더 알고 싶어서 이 강의를 수강을 했었는데, 이거 보시는 것처럼 이렇게 학습자 입장에서는 이제 이 코세라라는 플랫폼을 통해서 이렇게 강의를 수강을 하게 되고, 그럼 이 강의를 수강할 때 그 화면은 이렇게 환경이 구축이 됩니다. 해서 보면은 이제 왼쪽에는 내가 원하는 이제 주제의 동영상들이나 뭐 읽기 자료 뭐 이런 것들이 다 이제 테스트 이런 것들이 있어서 제가 선택해서 이렇게 들어올 수 있고, 그리고 이제 동영상을 보면서 뭐 노트 테이킹도 오른쪽 화면과 같이 이렇게 할 수 있는 이런 환경이 이제 주어지는데요. 이제 이런 환경에서의 몰입에 대해서 이제 살펴보는 것이 이제 이 연구의 이제 그 배경이라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 네, 이제 특히 이제 저희는 이런 무크 환경에서의 몰입에 대해서 이제 본 것인데, 사실 무크라는 것이 이제 이렇게 전통적인 고등교육의 어떤 이제 지평을 굉장히 확대했다고 볼 수 있어요. 그래서 사실 고등교육이 굉장히 이제 예전에는 접근할 수 있는 사람들이 이렇게 정해져 있고 되게 그 장벽이 높은 것으로 이렇게 알려졌었는데, 이제 이거를 대중에게 무료로 이제 공개를 하면서 그 무크의 지평이 완전히 확대가 됐고, 그러면서 이제 수강생 수도 이렇게 급속도로 성장을 했었죠. 그래서 이렇게 증가하면서 무크가 되게 이제 무크가 성장하면서 고등교육의 지평이 확대했다. 뭐 이렇게 얘기도 많이 됐었는데, 근데 이제 그러는 한편으로 이제 처음에 이렇게 무크 초기의 이슈는 이제 이 무크를 이렇게 대학 강의를 이렇게 공개를 했지만 되게 중도 탄력률이 너무 높다라는 게 이제 크게 화두가 되었었습니다. 실제로 이렇게 참여하는 양상을 봤을 때 그 오른쪽 그래프와 같이 보시면 이렇게 보통 대학 강의가 1주부터 16주차까지 이렇게 긴 주차가 있고 그때 따라서 이렇게 대학 강의가 이루어지잖아요. 그래서 그 강의를 그대로 온라인에 옮겨놓은 그가 이제 실제로 운영을 해보니까 근데 학생들이 1주차부터 16주차까지 꾸준히 듣는 게 아니라 2주차 이후에는 이제 급격하게 이렇게 참여율이 떨어지는 거죠. 이제 그렇다 보니까 이런 중도 탄력률에 대해서 되게 이슈가 많이 됐고 그것이 되게 화두가 됐었던 게 초기에 이제 그런 얘기가 많이 있었습니다. 그런데 이제 2020년대에 들어서 이제 이런 주장을 하는 이제 연구자들이 계속 이제 나오게 됐는데, 근데 이렇게 1주차부터 16주차까지 이런 과정을 다 이수하는 거, 다 듣고 그 과정을 이수하는 것이 궁극적으로 무크 학습 성공의 지표라고 할 수 있는가? 이렇게 이제 의문이 제기가 되는 거예요. 왜냐하면은 이제 그 참여 횟수만 볼 것은 아니고 그 참여를 결국 어떻게 하고 있는지 그 패턴을 좀 연구한 결과들을 보면 이제 그 학습자들이 자기가 원하는 뭐 주제의 동영상만 이제 보거나 아니면 그 주제에 들어가서 뭐 PDF만 받거나 이렇게 저마다 좀 이제 다양한 학습 참여의 패턴을 보이고 있었기 때문입니다. 이제 이런 패턴도 있기 때문에 그래서 이제 이수를 하는 것 그 자체보다는 그냥 어떤 학습자든지 간에 이렇게 무크에 들어와서 얼마나 능동적으로 몰입하는가 그것에 더 주목할 필요가 있다라고 하면서 이제 이러한 이제 주장들이 이렇게 나오고 있었던 시점이었습니다. 해서 이제 저 역시도 이제 그런 관점에서 이제 이 학습 환경의 특성적으로 봤을 때 이 학습 환경은 네, 일반적인 그 온라인 학습과도 좀 다르게 특히 강제성이 없고 학습자 입장에서 굉장히 주도적으로 내가 듣고 싶은 것도 들어야 되고 또 이제 필요한 학습을 이제 주도적으로 해서 가야 되는 이 상황이라는 점에 특히 착안을 해서 이제 특히 이제 이런 상황에서 내가 어쨌든 간에 이제 학습을 성공을 하려면 학습 몰입이 되게 특히 중요하다라고 할 수 있는데요. 이제 그렇다면 이 학습 몰입을 한번 살펴보면, 네, 그동안의 학습 몰입은 이제 일반적으로, 그래서 좀 전통적으로 이제 좀 복합적인 개념으로 알려져 있었습니다. 그러니까 특히 이제 그 차원을 봤을 때 좀 행동적인 차원이 있고, 인지적인 차원이 있고, 정의적 차원이 이렇게 복합적으로 다 구성이 된 다차원적 구인이라는 것인데요. 그러니까 뭐 예를 들면은 몰입한 학습자라고 했을 때 그 학습자는 어떤 특성을 보이느냐 하면은 우선 뭐 자리에 이제 자리를 좀 앞자리에 앉아서 뭐 교수자와 이렇게 일부러 눈을 마주치려고 이렇게 하면서 좀 더 이제 이렇게 행동적으로 좀 더 노력을 하거나 그리고 이제 인지적으로도 내가 이제 뭐 텍스트를 보면서 뭐 이렇게 자료를 보면서도 조금 더 내가 이거를 인지적으로 잘 이해하기 위해서 뭔가 질문을 해본다던가 좀 재구조화를 해본다던가 뭐 메타인지적으로 좀 생각해 본다던가 뭐 이런 노력들 그리고 또 정의적으로도 내가 이 학습 내용에 대해서 조금 더 관심을 갖고 흥미를 가질 수 있도록 내가 이렇게 막 하는 노력들 이런 것들이 복합적으로 이제 이렇게 하면서 이걸 몰입한 학습자라고 볼 수 있는데 이런 학습 몰입을 하는 것이 이제 무크에서도 중요는 하겠으나 이 무크에서의 몰입을 충분히 설명하는가 이게 이제 저희가 가지는 핵심적인 이제 질문이 되었던 거죠. 그러면서 이제 이런 특히 주도적인 역할이 요구되는 무크에서는 단순히 행동인지 정서적인 몰입 그런 차원을 좀 넘어서 조금 더 주도적인 역할을 할 수 있는 그런 주도적인 몰입이 좀 필요하다라는 게 이제 그 저의 입장이었습니다. 그래서 이제 주도적인 그 몰입은 예전에 이렇게 지난번 BK 학술 대회에서도 이제 연사로서 모시고 제가 발표를 들었었던 그 리브 교수님이 제안한 개념인데요. 그 주도적 몰입은 그러니까 어떤 차원이냐 하면은 그러니까 교수자가 이렇게 진행을 하는 수업의 어떤 흐름에 있어서 학습자가 교수자가 어떠한 행동을 취하든지 간에 우선은 이제 학습자가 그 학습의 흐름에 있어서 내가 좀 더 건설적인 기여를 하는 그런 몰입을 말합니다. 그러니까 이렇게 설명하면 조금 어려울 수도 있는데, 그러니까 내가 수업의 흐름에 있어서 뭔가 내가 좀 더 주도권을 가지고 조금 더 이제 내가 잘 모르겠는 부분에 대해서 조금 더 명확하게 이해를 하고 싶어서 뭐 이러이러한 개념이 맞는지 이런 것들을 내가 먼저 질문을 해보기도 하고 그리고 뭐 조금 더 책임감을 가지면서 이제 그 학습할 내용에 대해서 좀 필요한 내용이 있으면 좀 요청을 하기도 하는 등 조금 더 이제 좀 더 이제 주도적인 입장을 갖는 그런 몰입들을 주도적 몰입이라고 했던 거거든요. 그래서 근데 이런 주도적 몰입은 특히 이제 리브 교수님 주장했던 그것은 이렇게 주도적으로 액션을 취함으로써 다시 그것이 내가 좀 더 학습을 할 수 있는데 동기화가 될 수 있게끔 동기를 다시 제공하고 그래서 다시 또 주도적으로 하고 뭐 이런 차원으로서 에이전틱 인게이지먼트라는 개념을 이제 제안을 했었고 그것이 이제 좀 최근 들어서 좀 연구가 되고 있던 시점이었습니다. 네, 그렇다면 이제 무크에서도 그런 에이전틱 인게이지먼트, 그러니까 특히 주도적인 특성, 그러니까 학생이 갖고 있는 그런 주도성이 발현될 수 있는 그런 건설적이고 주도적인 차원의 몰입이 필요할 것인데, 그런데 이제 무크는 그 오프라인 강의실에서 교수자가 주도해서 이렇게 수업하는 것과는 다른 환경이잖아요. 그러니까 결국 교수자가 어떻게 이끄는 것이 중요하다기보다는 학습자가 들어와서 이제 어떤 콘텐츠들이 다양하게 있고 그것들과 인터랙션을 하면서 내가 이제 필요한 것들을 하게 되는 이런 것이 주요 특성인데 이런 특성이 있는 부크에서는 어떤 주도적 몰입이 필요한지 이제 그러한 이제 구체적인 양상에 대해서는 그 전까지 연구가 된 것이 거의 없었습니다. 해서 이렇게 좀 이렇게 리서치 갭을 찾았습니다. 그래서 이제 그 전까지 뭐 클래스룸 기반의 뭐 행동 인지 정서적인 차원의 이런 몰입도 나왔었고 그리고 무크에서의 행동 뭐 정서 인지적인 차원의 몰입도 있었지만 주도적인 차원의 몰입이 없었기 때문에 이 주도적인 차원의 몰입에 대해서 이제 그 특성을 탐색하고 그리고 이제 그런 주도적 몰입을 측정하기 위한 문항이 어떠한지 살펴보고 그리고 그 척도는 통계적으로 타당한지 살펴보는 것이 이제 이 본 연구의 이제 연구 문제였습니다. 그래서 이런 연구 문제를 갖고 이제 연구를 수행하게 되었습니다. 네, 그래서 저희가 이제 했던 연구 방법과 결과를 이제 같이 한번 말씀을 드리면, 우선 첫 번째는, 문항을 이제 만들었어야 했는데, 그래서 이제 이거를 하기 위해서 어떻게 했냐면, 이제 기존의, 주도적 몰입에 대한 리브 교수님의 그 척도에서 주요 특성을 좀 먼저 추출을 해냈어요. 그래서 주도적 몰입에 대해서 2011년과 2013년에 이제 그 제시했던 문항들이 있는데 그 문항들을 바탕으로 이제 이렇게 예를 들어서 보시면은 주도적 몰입이라는 것은 우선 첫 번째, 오프라인 강의실 기반에서 봤을 때 수업 중에 내가 학습에 도움이 되는 질문을 하는 것입니다. 그러면은 이런 거는 좀 수업 중에 도움이 되는 질문이라는 점에서 좀 인지적이고 구성적인 활동을 하는 것이라 보고 이것이 무크에서 어떻게 발현이 될 것인지에 관해서 예비 문항들을 정리를 했어요. 그래서 보면은 뭐 수업 중에 학습에 도움이 되는 질문인데 이제 무크에서는 학습자와 학습 내용 간의 상호작용이 필요한 것이니까 좀 더 내가 내 학습에 도움이 되는 학습 내용을 좀 탐색하고 그거를 좀 연계해서 나만의 학습 내용을 구성하고 이렇게 그러니까 수업 중에 도움이 되는 활동들을 하는 것이라는 측면에서 이런 문항들을 도출을 하게 됐고 또 이제 교수자에게 내가 좋아하는 것과 좋아하지 않는 것을 말한다는 것은 이제 결국 선호도를 표현하는 거고, 근데 이제 무크에서는 교수자를 상대로 하는 것은 아니고 나의 학습을 하는 것이니까 어쨌든 내가 흥미를 느끼는 정도를 파악한다. 그리고 뭐 수업이 더 나은 수업이 될 수 있도록 아이디어를 제안한다. 이런 측면은 내가 뭐 이제 어쨌든 수업의 흐름을 어떻게 좀 더 조정하고 이렇게 제안을 함으로써 수업의 흐름을 좀 조정하는 것이니까 네, 나도 이렇게 무크에서는 좀 더 효과적인 학습을 위해서 이제 그 학습 과정을 구성한다. 그리고 의견을 표현하는 것을 의견을 정리한다. 그리고 필요한 것을 요청한다. 뭐 도움 요청하는 거, 뭐 원하는 것, 지원에 대한 요청을 하는 것들. 이런 변들을 그러니까 무크 특성에 맞게끔 문항을 좀 조정을 했는데요. 그래서 지금은 이렇게 7개 문항이 제시가 됐지만 그러니까 처음에는 사실 14개 문항으로 이제 가능한 모든 문항들을 다 추출을 해봤었고 근데 전문가 분들과 이제 델파이 조사를 통해서 이제 정련하고 또 정련해서 이렇게 7개 문항으로 이제 정리를 했었습니다. 그래서 이렇게 1단계를 통해서 이제 문항을 도출을 했고요. 그런 다음에는 이제 도출한 문항을 바탕으로 이제 예비조사를 실시했습니다. 그래서 예비조사는 이제 2020년 2학기에 K무크 플랫폼을 통해서 이제 셀프-페이스드 모드의 무크를 듣는 강의 수강생들을 대상으로 이제 설문조사를 했고, 그래서 응답을 하는 그 설문 결과를 토대로 이제 탐색적 요인 분석을 수행했습니다. 그래서 이렇게 탐색적 요인 분석을 수행해 보니, 무크에서의 주도적 몰입은 세 가지 요인으로 나왔는데요. 첫 번째 요인으로 묶인 것은 이제 참고 자료를 요청하거나 도움을 요청하는 이런 문항이 묶였어요. 그래서 그렇다면 이거는 좀 주도적인 지원 요청을 하는 이제 그런 구인으로 정리가 되었고, 두 번째 요인 2는 내가 흥미를 느끼는 부분을 정리하는 것, 또 내 의견을 정리하는 것, 그리고 내가 필요한 학습을 하는데 도움이 되는 학습 내용을 탐색하는 것, 이런 것들을 좀 정리하고 탐색하는 측면이다 보니까 이거는 주도적인 학습 전략으로 이제 명명을 하게 됐습니다. 마지막으로 묶인 요인 3번은 이제 내가 보다 효과적인 학습을 하기 위해서 동영상 강의나 퀴즈풀이와 같이 좀 나만의 학습 과정을 구성하는 것, 그러니까 그리고 이제 또 학습을 위해서 참고 자료의 내용 연계하면서 나만의 학습 내용을 구성하는 것. 그러니까 결국은 주도적으로 나만의 학습을 이렇게 순서를 뭐 구성한다든지 학습 내용을 구성한다든지 해서 이렇게 구성하는 측면들. 그래서 이렇게 주도적 학습 구성이라는 세 번째 요인도 이제 도출을 하게 됐습니다. 그렇다면 이제 이 요인이 통계적으로 타당한지 그 타당성을 확인하기 위해서 다시 한번 이제 본조사를 실시했고, 그래서 확인적 요인 분석을 수행을 했는데요. 그래서 이거는 그 이후에 사실 설문을 한 건데, 그 설문을 더해서 이제, 어, 강의 수강생 243명이 이제 응답을 하게 되었습니다. 해서 이제 이 연구 결과를 보면 이렇게 나왔고, 그래서, 어, 이제 타당한 것으로 확인이 되었는데요. 이제 이렇게 세 단계의 이제 척도 개발 절차에 따라서 척도를 개발한 본 연구를 토대로 이제 저희가 이제 도출해서 알 수 있었던 것은 이제 무크에서의 주도적 몰입이라는 것은 이제 세 가지 요인과 문항과 그리고 그에 따른 하위 문항들로 구성이 된다라고 이제 결과를 얻을 수 있었는데 그 첫 번째는 이제 그 주도적인 학습 전략적인 측면, 그리고 주도적인 학습 구성을 할 수 있는 측면, 그리고 주도적인 지원 요청을 하는 측면들이 이렇게 나타났습니다. 그렇다면 이제 이런 것들이 나타난 것을 이제 어떤 의의를 가질까 이렇게 보면 사실 이제 무크에서의 학습 몰입이 되게 중요하다고 이제 최근에 계속해서 이제 강조는 됐는데 그렇지만 무크 안에서 특히 이 몰입은 특히 이제 기존의 행동적인 차원, 인지적인 차원, 정서적인 차원의 몰입과는 좀 다른 거죠. 그러니까 기존의 행동인지 정서 차원은 뭔가 교수자가 제시하는 것들에 대해서 내가 얼마나 열심히 적극적으로 참여를 하고 그걸 학습을 하는지 이렇게 어떻게 보면 선형적인 학습 과정만을 좀 주목한 측면이 있었지만 이제 주도적인 차원의 몰입은 이 선형적인 학습 과정과는 좀 다르게 어쨌든 학습자가 뭐 순서를 바꾸든지, 뭐 새롭게 구성을 한다든지, 또 그 이상으로 뭐 지원 요청을 한다든지, 이렇게 그 주도적으로 뭔가를 더하는 차원의 그런 특성을 주목하고 그것에 대해서 좀 더 구체적으로 규명을 했다는 특징이 있습니다. 이제 이렇게 추가적으로 구성적인 측면을 몰입을 탐색한 본 연구는 특히 이제 앞에서도 나왔지만 이게 선형적인 학습 과정을 통해서 하는 학습이 이제 무크에서는 사실 그렇게 많지 않고 대부분 이제 좀 자신이 원하는 콘텐츠만을 활용한다는 이런 맥락적인 것 그리고 이제 자신이 원하는 순서에 따라서 학습을 하는 것으로 보고되고 있다는 그 최근의 연구 결과들을 좀 고려할 때 이제 특히 무크에서 필요한 몰입의 특성을 좀 규명할 수 있었다라는 이런 의의가 있고요. 이제 그렇다면 이렇게 이제 이런 특성을 규명함으로써 특히 이제 뭐 가질 수 있는 시사점은 특히 학습자에게 필요한 이제 그렇다면 이제 무크에서 필요한 학습 환경을 어떻게 설계할 것인가 그 디자인적인 측면에서의 시사점을 좀 이제 얻을 수 있다라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 그러니까 대표적으로 뭐 아까 전에 주도적 학습 구성, 뭐 지원 요청, 그리고 전략 이런 측면들이 나왔는데 결국 이런 몰입들이 더 잘 일어날 수 있도록 이제 학습 환경도 좀 설계를 좀 달리 할 수가 있겠죠. 그래서 그런 것들을 이제 다시 이렇게 좀 더 인터페이스를 좀 더 좋게 만들게 하기 위해서 뭐 어떻게 할 수 있을까 그거에 대해서 이제 이 연구 결과를 토대로 좀 가이드를 이제 제시할 수 있을 것이고, 그걸 통해서 이제 그 학습 환경을 설계할 수도 있을 것으로 이제 기대가 됩니다. 그래서 사실 그래서 저희도 이제 송혜덕 교수님과 저도 좀 더 그 주도적 몰입의 특성을 이렇게 도출은 했고, 이제 이걸 바탕으로 이제 후속 연구로서는 이제 이 주도적 몰입을 촉진할 수 있는 학습 환경을 이제 어떻게 만들 것인지 그것에 대한 설계 뭐 가이드라인을 그냥 설계를 이제 가이드라인이 아니고 설계를 할 수 있는 그런 이제 전략을 좀 개발하는 연구를 좀 후속적으로 계속해서 해보고자 합니다. 그래서 뭐 대표적으로 그냥 어포던스라는 개념을 가지고 와서, 그러니까 몰입을 촉진할 수 있는 그런 어포던스가 인터페이스에 내포가 되어 있다면 좀 더 이제 내포가 되어 있기 때문에 조금 더 그 몰입하는 행동이 좀 자연스럽게 유발이 될 수 있어서 이제 그런 면들에 좀 초점을 맞추고 좀 더 이제 계속해서 심화하는 연구를 해보고자 합니다. 네. 어쨌든 이런 연구도 해볼 계획이 있고, 좀 하고자 하는데, 그런 것처럼 이제 주도적인 몰입의 특성을 이제 규명함으로써 이제 향후에는 그런 인터페이스의 설계까지도 이제 제안을 해볼 수가 있겠습니다. 네, 이렇게 제가 이렇게 숨가쁘게 이렇게 전반적으로 저희 연구 진행했던 내용들을 좀 공유를 해드렸는데요. 이렇게 보시면서 이제 뭐 여러분들께서도 다양한 뭐 의견을 주실 수 있을 것 같습니다. 특히 저희가 또 후속 연구를 계속해서 해 나갈 계획이 있는 만큼 여러분들께서 뭐 다양한 의견을 주신다면 좀 더 발전시켜서 계속해서 해 갈 수 있지 않을까 생각이 듭니다. 그래서 의견이 있으시다면 편하게 말씀 주시면 좋겠고요. 저의 연구에 대한 발표는 여기서 마치도록 하겠습니다. 네, 들어봐 주셔서 감사드리고, 네, 이상으로 발표를 마치겠습니다.
네, 여러분 오늘 학생 몰입 세션에서 소개된 학습 몰입 측정 도구에 대한 발표들 모두 잘 들으셨죠? 오늘 발표를 통해서 다양한 학습 맥락에서 학생 몰입이 개념화되고 정의되는 방식과 함께 구체적인 이제 측정 도구의 요인까지 살펴봤는데요. 앞으로는 이제 여러분들이 이제 연구에서 이러한 측정 도구를 잘 활용해서 학생 몰입 수준을 측정하는 걸 넘어서서 학습 몰입의 수준을 유형별로 분류한 프로파일 연구라든지 몰입의 선행 영역인과 결과율을 분석하는 데 응용이 될 수 있기를 기대하면서 저희 이번 세션을 마치고자 합니다. 이상으로 학생 몰입 세션을 마무리하겠습니다. 네, 경청해 주셔서 모두 감사드리고요. 저희는 이제 휴직 후에 3시에 시민 몰입에 대한 발표에 대한 세션으로 다시 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 두 번째 시빅 인게이지먼트 세션을 맡은 중앙대학교 조윤성입니다. 본 세션도 첫 번째 세션과 마찬가지로 총 3개의 주제 발표를 중심으로 진행이 되겠습니다. 그중에서 첫 번째 주제 발표는 Civic Engagement and Student Success, Leveraging Multiple Degrees of Achievement이며 발표자는 미국 포틀랜드 주립대학교의 크레스 교수입니다. 크레스 교수는 실제 교육 과정에 있어 교육 커뮤니티 현장 문제 해결과 사회기의 역할을 어떻게 연계하는지, 그리고 이를 통해 실질적인 성과를 얻기 위해 필요한 전략은 무엇인지 몇 가지 강의 운영 사례와 실질적인 전략을 소개하고 있습니다. 자, 그럼 크레스 교수의 발표 내용을 같이 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
Hello, I'm Dr. Christine Kress at Portland State University. My presentation today is Civic Engagement and Student Success, Leveraging Multiple Degrees of Achievement. My presentation today will cover first educational and civic engagement contexts, looking at Portland State University as well as global forms of civic engagement, civic engagement for empowerment, achievement, and excellence, and then pedagogical strategies and assessment of outcomes. Essentially, the question that I'm trying to ask and answer today is, how can I, as a faculty member, connect my curriculum with society in order to facilitate multiple degrees of achievement, particularly how to empower students, enhance the community, and enlighten my own scholarship. To begin, I'm at Portland State, which is in Portland, Oregon, in the United States. Our motto is let knowledge serve the city, but more importantly, we really focus on letting knowledge serve the world. In particular, at Portland State, I teach in a master's and doctoral degree specialization focused on service learning and community-engaged learning. I've had the opportunity to work with faculty and higher education administrators and community partners, not only in the United States, but in many places around the world. One of the things that's often confusing whenever I'm working with faculty or students or college administrators or community partners is the language. I think of community engagement as an overarching term, even though there are many terms that you'll see in the literature, at conferences, and in professional associations. Most internationally recognized, actually, is the term service learning. Service learning is defined as connecting academic courses or content to the community in order to collaboratively create change that enhances the capacities of individuals, groups, and communities. So I may use these terms relatively interchangeably today, but know that they're all different forms depending on the type of institution and whether it's more formally integrated as a service learning class or whether it might be forms of volunteer community or civic engagement. Now, why do we do this work? Well, we do this work because it's evidence-based. There's at least a 20 or 30-year history looking at the outcomes for students in elementary, middle school, and high school, and how that affects not only their grade point averages, but their retention and sense of self. Similarly, in higher education, college students who are engaged in forms of civic and community engagement show increases in critical thinking, content knowledge, leadership, and social consciousness. All of these data outcomes also help students get jobs because it increases the types of skills that employers are looking for. Civic engagement done well with faculty also tends to increase our scholarship if we can communicate it well, and increase also our teaching and learning effectiveness, and oftentimes we're able to increase our grant acquisition. Finally, and of course, least but not last, our community outcomes. The reason to do this is not just to increase student learning or to increase student scholarship, but rather we want to make a difference in interacting with the community. Let me give you some examples at Portland State about how we differentiate forms of service learning and community and civic engagement and experiential learning. We value experiential learning. In this example, here's a student using biochemistry skills in terms of answering the questions, is the river polluted? Why is it polluted? And what can we do? These are important practical experiential learning experiences for students to gain and hone their biochemistry skills. But the difference in terms of civic engagement is that we go a step further. If we want to really multiply and leverage our degrees of achievement, we need to be asking these broader civic questions. Like, does the pollution differentially impact individuals and groups and communities? What policies, laws, and programs need to change, and what can we do? So we go beyond just the learning, just the skill building. We want to ask those societal and civic engagement questions as a part of the class. Similarly, we might be providing direct service as a tutor or as a mentor. So we might be looking at what might be the best tutoring and mentor strategies to support student success. But civic engagement asks, why are some individuals and groups more or less successful? And what can we do to improve their access and success in higher education or education at all? At Portland State, we work with a wide variety of volunteer agencies, social services, and nonprofit collaborations. We work with schools and food banks, health agencies, neighborhood associations, immigrant support. But we also partner through our civic engagement collaborations with many businesses in government and industry. These are organizations that not only care about profit making, but they care about their social and humanitarian and societal impact. They care about the role of their employees. So it becomes win-win because they're also then not only educating, but preparing the future workforce. Now, let me give you a couple of examples of courses at Portland State. This one's called Portland's Water, History and Challenges. As you can read, this class is focused on our watershed. Water quality is an issue around the world. In this particular civic engagement course, the faculty member has integrated working with the Water Bureau to develop community outreach products to inform citizens about our water system, including conservation efforts. So this faculty member and the students are going to use their content, their resources, their readings, websites, data analysis, data collection, but also work directly with the Water Bureau to think about how do we create websites, brochures, information to educate the populace. Here's another example. This course is called Museum of the City, and it's actually fully online course. So civic engagement can happen in person, interactively, or can very much happen online. In this course, the Museum of the City was to prepare a number of exhibits that could be put online to be accessed not only within Portland, but around the world. So as you can see, forms of engagement can happen whether in person, online, or a combination of that. And the whole idea is to increase understanding, but make a positive difference in terms of civic engagement. And that civic engagement can not only be local and national, but international. On that note, many, many universities around the world are trying to identify and operationalize how to integrate forms of community engagement and civic engagement as a part of their mission. So this is a college in Turkey. And as you can see, the heart of their mission is public service for society. Similarly, another form of connection has also been COIL courses. COIL stands for Collaborative Online International Learning, which are also sometimes called virtual exchange courses. This is when two courses from two different institutions across borders collaborate in order to deal with experiential learning, service learning, and engagement that affect and inform societal and global issues. But this work is hard. Whether we're doing it in person or whether we're doing it online, locally or internationally, here's some challenges that we've faced at Portland State. Student comments like homeless people smell bad and serving them dinner is scary. If these kids don't want to learn what I have to tutor them. The students didn't come on time and some did not come at all. How can I do my scholarship and get promoted? We're an academic department, not a social service. So again, the question that I want to try to answer with you today is how can I connect my curriculum with society to empower students, to enlighten my own scholarship, and to enhance the community. So what I want to do is share with you some resources that I've developed with my colleagues here in the United States and around the world in 4 particular books, my most recent being the Faculty Service Learning Guidebook. And from these books, particularly in the most recent one, the Faculty Service Learning Guidebook, we've created a model for what we refer to as equity-centered community engagement excellence. And there's 3 primary components. The first is, how do we cultivate coeducational partnerships? If we're interacting civically with schools, with nonprofits, NGOs, government agencies, businesses, how do we partner? The second piece is, how do we craft in that engagement and conscientization? How do we bring our pedagogy, our teaching, epistemology styles, the ways that we process learning to being in these forms of civic engagement? And finally, in doing this, how do we know that it's working? How do we compose transformational assessment? So for the remainder of my time, I'm going to take us through each of these 3 areas to try to provide some strategic examples and ideas for you to integrate into your own work. So the first component is to cultivate co-educational partnerships through critical solidarity. And what we mean by that is that these are mutually beneficial collaborations. And many of these ideas come from our book, The Community Partner Guide to Campus Collaborations. So the thing about community partnerships is if we're partnering with the community, most people, most directors, center agency specialists are experts already in the community. So we want to invite them as educators, as faculty, as instructors, as teachers, to help us identify course learning and project objectives. They have knowledge and expertise that they can share with us and the students in lectures and trainings, and then in particular, to really inform us about the community in terms of cultural, social, scientific, religious, political, economic contexts. All of these things can be pieces of information and content then that we can integrate into our courses to give students the appropriate background and information before they actually start engaging with community partners and the community members. As well, our community partners are logistic experts. We often, as faculty or as teachers, are wondering, how do students get to a site? How do they travel from a college to a school? How might they work as a team together once they're actually at a site? Who's going to supervise them when they're there? Our community partners are experts at training volunteers, making sure that volunteers and students stay on task, are safe, are healthy, and actually effectively use their time and energy towards the common course goals. As well, community partners oftentimes rely on grants and other stakeholders to provide them fiscal support for their work. So they're frequently writing reports, doing evaluations, creating publications in terms of showing the evidence of impact and meaning. So many of them are also wonderful partners in terms of collaborating on grants, putting together presentations and publications. But where do we start? Well, here's a few ideas that I'm offering that we've drawn out of the books. Have a conversation. Again, critical solidarity is about how can this be mutually beneficial for all of us. So ask, if I partner with you, if my students come and volunteer, do some civic engagement, some service learning, what are they also going to learn? What are the academic dimensions of the community-based work? How could the service help students learn their course material? What skills are they going to learn? How will this help their career development? What are students going to learn about themselves? And what might yourself and staff share with me and my students to better enhance the class and the whole course experience? So these are just some ideas for the types of questions. And many, many campuses have resource offices that connect with communities. You may have a center for teaching and learning. You may have a volunteer center. You may now have a foundation or an alumni center that already have community partners. So look first on campus, or you may already serve on an advisory board. Maybe you serve on a volunteer advisory board for a faith community, for an emergency response community, for a neighborhood association. Start there, identify community partners, and then begin to have these critical conversations. So that's what we mean by cultivate co-educational partnerships. The second piece is to craft critical engagement as a part of epistemic justice. Well, what do we mean by that? Epistemic justice means that we're inclusive in knowledge and content perspectives. We're validating not just our own content and what we know and the scholars and the best articles and chapters and books that we can find, but we value the knowledge that students bring. What are their experiential backgrounds? We acknowledge the knowledge and expertise that our community partners bring. So we want to merge all of that together. Epistemology, epistemic justice is just how do we come to know and understand in a way that honors and values all of the perspectives that people have and all of their experiences. And many of the ideas then that I'm also going to present come from my very first book, which has also been translated into Spanish and Farsi and Japanese, Learning Through Serving. So again, the question I'm trying to ask as a faculty in particular is, from an epistemological point of view, how will students process, understand the content and experience? And then pedagogically, what are the best teaching, reflection, and learning strategies that I need to craft and develop? So first, in terms of your syllabus, be very clear. Be very specific about the teaching and service and learning goals. Describe to the students why you're including this as an important assignment. It's not an add-on, although extra credit is not a bad way to start. It really is an important assignment, just like you would assign a reading or a paper or a presentation. You are assigning forms of community engagement because you believe it is a very important pedagogical practice for understanding the relationship between knowledge and skill development and purpose. So you want to integrate that into your course learning objectives. Have specific objectives about service learning and community engagement, not just content knowledge, but why and how they're interacting with the community. Describe what are their expectations? Who is this community partner? Have a website, have your community partner give a guest lecture. And then, again, not only create the content about whatever your disciplinary issue is, and content and background. It could be biology, engineering, English, history, sociology, urban studies, economics, accounting. Obviously, you're going to have readings on your discipline, but you also want to have readings specifically related to why and how students should be engaging in the community. You also want critical reflection, and I hope you can see at the top of the screen that kind of fun image of teaching and learning. Critical reflection is about critical consciousness development. And Paulo Freire referred to this as conscientization. How do we use education as knowledge for power, knowledge for change? Not just change so that we can make more money, but change so that we can be economically thoughtful, sustainability thoughtful, because our sustainability and our economics go hand in hand. Our economics and sustainability are related to the health of all of our communities. That's a part of critical consciousness, and then what we bring as a form of civic engagement. There are so many different ways that you can engage students in critical reflection. This book has many, many activities, as does the faculty service learning guide. You can ask questions about what students think about the term citizenship or civic engagement. Have them post that on an electronic board. You can ask them about their concerns about engaging in the community. You can have large group discussions. There are many, many different ways that also then get to and reflect to multiple learning styles and multiple ways of thinking and learning and processing information. So that's crafting critical engagement. And then finally, composing transformational assessment. This is about your scholarly advocacy, using the knowledge to leverage learning for positive community change. And many of these ideas come out of our book, Democratic Dilemmas of Teaching Service Learning. And the hard parts of trying to do civic engagement, but then how there's case studies, all kinds of case studies, how faculty ultimately came up with great ideas and good insights. But one of the first and most important thing is to assess, did our efforts make a difference? If they did, why? So that then we can make a bigger difference. So as an example, in the United States, a concept that we value is leadership skills. So if you were going to try to evaluate whether students enhance their leadership skills as a part of civic engagement, you could do a survey and ask them, you could interview them, you could do a focus group, you could do observations. Similarly, if you want to know, did the civic engagement impact the community? Did it impact their ability to fulfill their mission? You could look at whether the number of clients they served improved. Did you get new grants? Did their utilization of staff improve? And again, a number of different methods. And that's what's very important in terms of engaged scholarship and advocacy. There's so many different data points and evidence that you can begin to collect as a way then to use your scholarship for both advocacy of yourself for promotion and tenure, advocacy for your class and your college, maybe in terms of generating grants, and then of course, in a very much larger way on behalf of the community, because it will also give you insight about what do you need to improve? What are the high impact practices that are actually working? So we've come about to the end. I hope that you've gotten some ideas about how to use civic engagement to leverage multiple degrees of achievement in terms of empowering students, enhancing the community, and enlightening your own scholarship. As I've tried to articulate, we want to do that through mutually beneficial collaborations by cultivating coeducational partnerships. We want to use inclusive knowledge and perspectives as a form of epistemic justice, because we have to craft our courses and craft our experiences in terms of critical, thoughtful engagement and conscientization, consciousness. And then finally, we do need to compose assessment. We want an assessment to transform our students, our courses, our communities. We want to leverage learning for positive community change. Thank you so much for your attention. If I can answer any questions, do feel free to email me at cressc@pdx.edu. Thank you so much.
네, 지금까지 학생 성공을 위한 시빅 인게이지먼트 관련 운영 사례, 특히 서비스 러닝이라는 개념을 통해 실제 운영과 성공 전략을 소개하였습니다. 크레스 교수가 말하는 성공 전략 3가지는 첫 번째, 공동교육 파트너십을 맺는 것, 예컨대 커뮤니티 전문가와 함께 교육을 운영하거나 공동 프로젝트를 구성하는 방법을 소개하였습니다. 두 번째, 이러한 과정에서 학생들이 적극적으로 참여할 수 있도록 강의 계획서 작성부터 과제 할당, 그리고 다양한 학습 활동 예시를 비판적 몰입 설계라는 개념으로 보여주고 있었습니다. 마지막으로 세 번째는 변혁적 평가였습니다. 단순히 교육 만족도에서 그치는 것이 아니라 이번 활동을 통해서 실제로 커뮤니티가 발전한 근거를 인터뷰나 조사, 관찰 등을 통해서 확인하고 성찰하는 기회를 제공하는 예시를 밝혔습니다. 이러한 전략들은 최근 대학, 학교, 지역사회 연계 및 기여를 강조하는 최근의 기조, 그리고 기업의 지속가능한 발전이나 ESG 경영에 있어서도 중요한 실천적 시사점을 제공해 주고 있습니다. 네, 그럼 다음 주제 발표입니다. 발표 주제는 Measuring Civic Engagement in Young Children이며 발표자는 영국 버밍엄 대학 쉐인 교수입니다. 쉐인 교수는 본 발표를 통해서 9세에서 11세 아동을 대상으로 한 시빅 인게이지먼트 척도를 개발하는 과정을 아주 상세하게 안내해 주고 있습니다. 과연 어떠한 과정을 통해서 최종적으로 아동의 시빅 인게이지먼트를 측정하기 위한 문항이 구성이 되었고 개발이 되었는지 같이 살펴보도록 하겠습니다.
Hello, my name is Dr. Shane McLaughlin, and today I'm going to talk to you about this process of developing a new measure of civic engagement in young children aged 9 to 11. So this measure development study was a small part of a wider project. The wider project was about increasing news literacy using an intervention developed by the Guardian Foundation. And if we could help young people to be able to critically engage with the news, we suppose that maybe they might be more civically engaged as a result. And the reasoning being that if you know more about the world because you're engaging with the news, then maybe you might be more inclined to get involved with helping other people in the world. You can see that project at the QR code here that you can scan if you're interested. One of the questions when developing a psychometric measure is when we want to measure something, how many different aspects of that thing are there? Now, we can't just make up how many different aspects there are or theorize it because our theories are often wrong. Instead, we test these questions empirically. So let's use an example just from how they tried to figure out how many different types of personality there were. So you could give people lots of questions like this that might describe themselves. You might include every descriptor that you can think of to describe somebody's personality, for example, and ask them to rate on a scale of 1 to 5 how much those statements applied to somebody. What you might find is that the people who agree that they speak up when they have something to say also tend to agree that they're outgoing and sociable, and they also tend to enjoy talking with others. Likewise, the people who score low on one of those questions might score low on all the others. On the other hand, you've other groups of questions that go together in this way, where whatever you score on one question will generally indicate your score on the other questions. So for example, this person disagrees or kind of middling disagrees on all of these questions, that they're a reliable worker, they're well organized and plan their time, and they're thorough. And so when we do this, we generally find that there are 5 different ways in which people answer all of the different questions you can ask about somebody's personality. And the idea here is if we answer, groups of questions in a similar way, are we really answering separate questions or are we answering the same question different ways? Okay. And in this way, we can figure out how many different dimensions of something there are. And so when we do this with personality, it shakes out that there are these 5 dimensions, right? The people who answer one of these questions, let's say I enjoy being creative, they're likely to give a similar answer to the question, I am artistic, or I like to reflect and play with ideas. So really the question is, how open are you? Okay, that's what's common across those questions. So we wanted to use this technique. This is called establishing the factor structure in this example of personality. So really, the steps in developing a psychometrically validated measure to make sure that we're not just making things up, because education is notorious for just making things up, unfortunately. The idea here is that you use this factor analysis process to try to derive a theory about how many different dimensions of something there are that you might want to measure and which questions there are that fall into those dimensions. And when you do that, then in a new group of people, you'll get them to answer the same questions, and then you see if the same patterns emerge again. So in other words, the first part, the exploratory part, helps you to figure out how many different aspects, in this case of civic engagement, there are. And the second part, the confirmatory part, tests your idea that people will answer certain groups of questions in particular ways in a new group of people. So you're not just formulating an idea with the exploratory part, you're also testing it with the confirmatory part. So how many dimensions are there of civic engagement? We developed items based on existing measures that are published for adolescents and adults, but we tried to adjust the language to be suitable for children. And then we tried to understand how many dimensions there were of civic engagement based on their patterns of responding, as we've just discussed. So our item development process looked like this. First of all, we had a list of 20 different questions, 20 different items that people could respond to. And these were derived, as you can see here. You might want to pause this recording and see what these studies are. But basically, in the literature, it seemed like there were groups of questions around people's attitudes towards political life and their own rights and responsibilities as a citizen. So that seemed to come up as a theme in existing measures and in existing theory. But then there's also measuring their actual participation. So asking them, how much do you actually engage with your community, for example? And then another dimension was their future involvement. And this was particularly important for young children because many young children don't actually have the autonomy and choice to decide to be civically engaged, even if they wanted to. So instead, it makes more sense for this age group to ask about their intentions for the future. Participants responded to these questions in the same sort of a way, rating them on a 1 to 5 scale, but they also had the option to respond with, I don't understand the question. And this was really important to us because obviously we tried to adjust the language from existing measures to be age appropriate, but actually if people don't understand the question, or if rather too many people say they don't understand the question, then maybe a question should not be included later on for the factor analysis part. We had 655 primary school children aged 9 to 11. Most of them were 10 or 11. There were only 23 people who were aged 9 here. Just over half of them were male, almost half of them were female, and 25 just didn't answer the question on gender. And they were recruited from 7 different schools across the UK, and we randomly assigned them. So we generated a random number, 1 or 2, in Microsoft Excel, and then randomly assigned people to one group or the other. One group would be used for exploratory factor analysis, and the second one would be used for confirmatory. And what we found were that there were 3 different ways that questions tended to clump together. They weren't exactly in line with what we had expected based on the theory that we used to initially develop the questions. Instead, there was awareness of civic issues, there was attitudes towards civic issues, and actions in relation to those. So you can see the questions that fit with these here. We started with 10 items, but we decided for various reasons to cut one more. So we ended up with 10 items overall. So one of those subscales, attitudes, had 4 different items, and then the other 2 had 3 different items. And when we tried to see if this structure and these questions would fit in a new sample to test the theory we derived from the exploratory factor analysis, the model did fit. In other words, that this factor structure generally seems to be quite robust for this age group. So an example of an attitude might be that in future, you'll try to be the kind of person who helps out others. Giving time to help others is the right thing to do. Helping others makes me feel good, and I want to feel appreciated by my community. So the common thing across all those questions is that these are related to attitudes towards civic engagement. Actions include things like I regularly volunteer my time for good causes. I'm the kind of person who helps people who are less fortunate than me, and I give to charity whenever I can. So there are different things you can do to demonstrate civic engagement. And then awareness include things like I talk about politics and social issues with my parents. I'm interested in the news in my community. And if I have children, I will teach them about social and political issues. So you can see, even though we had, in theory, looked at questions about the future, we've got future questions in both attitudes and awareness there. So basically the theorized dimensions that we had weren't what actually shook out in the data as being the dimensions, which points to it being really important not to just make up different psychological constructs. We have to actually test to see, how these constructs are broken down empirically. And so that's just a closer look if anybody wants to pause it and just see the particular items that we asked. And again, remember, these were answered on a scale of 1 to 5, from strongly disagree to strongly agree. So we wanted to also understand the readability of the final measure. So to try and see, if it's age appropriate. Obviously, our participants said they understood the questions because they answered them instead of answering, I don't understand the question. But when we did two different measures of reading age, there's the Flesch reading ease score of 70.7, and then the Flesch Kincaid grade level of 5.9, which suggests that basically these 10 questions should be comprehensible to children aged about 10 to 11, which was appropriate because we didn't have that many people aged 9, as I already mentioned. Girls generally scored higher on civic engagement. I think it's important to contextualize this finding in relation to other psychological research on kind of males versus females. We know, for example, in personality, females tend to be higher on agreeableness, which is made up of compassion and politeness. So it does make a certain amount of sense personality-wise that girls would score higher on this, but it is interesting to think about if you're developing any interventions. And this was something we didn't include in the paper, but I think it's really useful to know about just as extra context for what we're doing here. This was from the larger cluster RCT looking at news literacy. You can see we recruited people from all over the UK across, I think, almost 40 schools were included, and they're geographically quite diverse. So it was generally representative of the UK. And again, when we ran confirmatory factor analyses, again, in that bigger group, the model fit was very good. But more importantly, we also looked at news literacy. Now, news literacy was made up of 3 broad dimensions. So there's trust in the news, there's knowledge about the news, and then your strategies for evaluating whether news is fake or not. News trust is made up of motivation towards the news, but also attitudes towards the news. And then evaluation strategies involved some self-reports about how good they are at evaluating the news, but also vigilance. In other words, that they're skeptical and careful when they encounter a piece of news. So what we found is that news literacy, made up of all those different parts, was strongly positively related to civic engagement. Okay, especially civic engagement awareness, as you can see there. So that's exactly as we might theorize, because presumably engaging with the news makes you more aware of civic issues and therefore more likely to engage and have positive attitudes towards civic issues and so on. Here's another way of looking at that. So you can see the 3 right-hand columns there. So this is civic engagement attitudes, awareness, and actions. Civic engagement attitudes, awareness, and actions tended to be most strongly related to motivation to read the news. So in other words, if you're civically minded, you're more likely to read the news, whether that's online media or elsewhere. But also awareness was related to evaluation strategies. So it seems like being aware of different issues in relation to the news in the first place and how you might evaluate whether news is real or fake was an important part of being civically aware too. So that gives it some kind of real world relevance, I think, in this case with news literacy, but of course there are other things that are plausibly related to civic engagement besides. Okay, so on to the implications. This was the first validated measure of civic engagement in this age group that we could find. When we started the whole news literacy and civic engagement randomized control trial, we wanted to measure civic engagement, so we scoured the research literature to try to find something age appropriate that would be able to measure civic engagement. But we were quite surprised to find that most measures of civic engagement were for adolescents aged roughly 15 to 18, or they were for adults. But there was nothing for young children. And this is probably not too surprising, given that young children are more restricted in terms of, just having the choice to engage civically. Obviously, their parents mostly decide what they're going to do, so they've limited autonomy. But different aspects of civic engagement are useful to think about here. If you've got if you've got attitudes towards civic issues or awareness, these are things that you can have when you're younger. You may not be able to engage in, civic action quite so much. You might not have the freedom to do that, but you may be more or less aware of civic issues at that age. And thinking about the relationship to news literacy as well, it's really useful to think about if you want to promote something like civic engagement, you might want to also think about promoting critical engagement with the news. You can't engage in civic issues, or at least not deliberately engage in civic issues, unless there is some awareness of what's going on out there, what there is to civically engage with. So I think thinking about it in terms of news literacy is a useful way of thinking about it. But also, you might think about things like civic virtues, right? So obviously we have different kinds of virtues and character strengths. Some people are, they're morally quite strong. So they believe in things like integrity and honesty and compassion. And these are moral virtues that we use to treat other people well. But you might have intellectual virtues, things like critical thinking, that sort of thing. But then you also have this outgrowth of moral virtues, in particular civic virtues, which is not just being good to people, generally in your vicinity, but also being good to people in general by being a giving person to the community. So this seems to be something that is really important to address and promote as part of, for example, a character education program. So this is something that we're really looking at developing. Civic virtues seem to be one of those higher level sets of virtues that we could potentially promote that aren't just about personal strengths, but actually about giving to others and not just doing what's good for you. When we think about the three components of civic virtues, it seems to me that being aware of civic issues is the first step. And this is hopefully useful to think about in terms of interventions, right? So you can't really hold an attitude towards some civic activity until you're aware of that civic possibility in the first place. So it seems to me that actually making young people aware of civic issues is step one. News literacy is one way of doing that, but there are other ways, of course, as well. And then, of course, they can form positive attitudes towards getting involved in civic life. And then maybe somewhere downstream of that, they may decide to get involved civically, provided, of course, they have the autonomy to do that. Of course, you can get involved in different ways. It doesn't always have to be, that you volunteer down at the food bank. It can be something else that is in service of that wider civic participation on a more local level, depending on how much autonomy someone has. So awareness of civic issues and how to get involved in civic life seems to be really fundamental here. So this is a practical wisdom model that my colleagues and I have forthcoming. It's another project that I think bears relevance here. This is practical wisdom, or what Aristotle might have called phronesis. And the idea is, how do we act practically wise? And using this process of exploratory and confirmatory factor analysis, we found that there are roughly 10 different dimensions of practical wisdom. And this is developed with thousands of participants this time. And so the first thing in terms of being practically wise and a good moral person was to think that it's relevant to you personally to be a good person. And you might think, how does that map onto civic engagement? Well, in this case, you might want it to be relevant to a person to be civically engaged in the first place. Now, in terms of moral self-relevance, you can think of civic engagement to be an outgrowth of this, or a scaling up of this. If you think it's relevant to you to be a good person, then you can decide, okay, what sort of good person do I want to be? What kinds of character do I want to develop? Then, when you encounter a situation involving a choice, you can deliberate. You can decide, first of all, does what I do in this situation affect my character? And if it does, which virtues are at stake here, right? Which choice helps me to be a better person in what way? Or maybe the situation's not relevant to that. Maybe it's not a civically relevant situation, say. Then you can factor in all of these considerations at once to act to make a moral choice. In this case, it could be civic actions. And then based on the results of that, you're going to either feel good or feel bad. And this informs, what you think is relevant and how you deliberate in the future for you as a person. Extend this model to civic participation. And again, this model also corroborates the idea that being aware and finding it relevant to civically participate in the first place is a precursor to actual civic action. And thank you for listening.
네, 본 연구는 기존의 15세 이상의 청소년이나 성인을 대상으로 한 시빅 인게이지먼트 측정 도구는 다소 존재하나 어린 아동을 대상으로 한 측정 도구가 부재하면서 새롭게 아동용 시빅 인게이지먼트 측정 도구를 개발한 상세한 과정을 소개하고 있습니다. 연구 결과에 따르면 아동용 시빅 인게이지먼트 진단 도구는 총 3개의 요인으로 구성되어 있다고 나타나고 있습니다. 첫 번째는 시민 문제에 대한 인식, 예를 들어 부모님과 정치 및 사회 문제에 대해서 대화를 나눈다 등의 문항이 포함되어 있었고요. 두 번째는 태도와 관련해서 앞으로 다른 사람을 돕는 사람이 되겠다와 관련된 태도 관련된 문항들이 포함이 되어 있었습니다. 마지막으로 세 번째는 행동 영역으로서 정기적으로 시간을 내서 봉사활동에 참여하는 등의 문항이 포함이 되어 있었고요. 이렇게 3개의 요인 총 10개의 문항을 소개를 하고 있습니다. 이런 아동의 시빅 인게이지먼트는 뉴스 리터러시를 통해서 증진될 수 있다는 점도 흥미가 있었고요. 이것을 확대하여 위즈덤 모델이라는 도덕 관련된 모델도 흥미가 있었습니다. 네. 어느덧 시빅 인게이지먼트 세션 마지막 발표입니다. 발표 주제는 Development and Validation of Civic Engagement Scale이며 발표자는 중앙대학교 홍화정 교수님과 박진서 박사님입니다. 앞서 두 번째 발표와 밀접하게 마지막 발표 주제 또한 시빅 인게이지먼트를 측정할 수 있는 측정 도구 개발에 관한 내용입니다. 다만 본 주제 발표는 대한민국 지역사회 성인 시민들을 대상으로 연구를 진행했다는 점에서 앞선 발표와 차이가 있겠습니다. 이러한 차이를 생각하시면서 발표 내용을 들어보는 것도 흥미가 있을 것입니다. 자, 그럼 같이 보시도록 하겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 중앙대학교 휴먼 인게이지먼트 연구소 소속 박진서입니다. 오늘 저는 시민참여 측정도구 개발 및 타당화를 주제로 발표하고자 합니다. 본 연구는 중앙대학교 홍화정 교수님과 함께 진행되었습니다. 시민 참여는 포용과 형평성, 그리고 민주적인 행동을 촉진하는 활동이라고 할 수 있죠. 공동체로 함께 선택, 소집, 공유하는 어떠한 웰빙의 형태로서 교육과 함께 그 의미가 확장되고 있습니다. 시민 참여를 측정하는 대부분의 문헌들은 경제, 정치적 관점에서 연구되어 오고 있는데요. 평생교육학 관점에서 새로운 사회계약으로서 시민의 참여 행동을 측정한다는 것은 공공 목적에 대한 공동의 비전을 설립하고 우리의 미래를 함께 그려보기 위해 중요한 일이 될 것 같습니다. 먼저 시민과 시민 참여에 대해서 조금 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 시민은요, 그리스 로마 시대에 폴리스를 구성하고 만들어 나가던 사람들로 시작되죠. 당시에는 모든 공동체의 구성원은 포함되어 있진 않았었습니다. 현대에 들어서 시민은 본인이 소속되어 있는 사회 공동체에 관심과 지식을 보유하고 있으며 본인 모두를 고려하는 이상적 행동을 추구하는 존재로 정의가 확장되고 있습니다. 시민들이 사회에 참여하는 활동인 어떠한 시민 참여는 개인의 관심, 그리고 수요, 그리고 가치, 이런 것들이 공동체의 의사결정으로 흡수되는 과정이자 스스로 사회에 참여하는 활동으로서 다차원적 개념으로 확인되어 오고 있습니다. 결국 시민은 사회의 주인으로서 적극적이고 주체적인 참여 활동을 통해 사회에 대한 신뢰, 그리고 정책에 대한 수능, 그리고 삶의 만족을 누릴 수 있게 되는 거죠. 또한 스스로 공동의 문제를 개선하고자 하는 적극적인 참여, 그리고 책임의식을 함양하며 사회의 주민으로서, 사회의 일원으로서, 그리고 사회의 공동체 구성원으로서 행동하고자 하는 노력들을 하게 되는데요. 이러한 노력들은 결국 공동체의 활성화, 그리고 민주적 거버넌스 확립까지 그 효과가 확장되어 나타나게 됩니다. 저는 2023년 12월 시민참여 측정도구와 관련된 키워드들을 기반으로 총 1023건의 문헌을 검색하였고, 최종적으로는 8건의 문헌을 선별하게 되었습니다. 이러한 문헌 검토를 통해 도출한 결론은요, 시민 참여는 사회적, 경제적, 문화적 상황이나 혹은 사용할 수 있는 기술 도구 또는 참여하게 되는 어떠한 매체에 따라서 끊임없이 변화하는 역동적인 현상을 확인하게 되었습니다. 그리고 이와 같이 시민 참여 측정 도구 역시 시대나 연구자의 관점에 따라 무수히 변화할 수 있는 영역이라고 결론 내리게 되었죠. 네, 분석해서 최종적으로 선택되게 된 8건의 논문인데요. 기존의 연구들은 이 행동 이론을 기반으로 개인이 추구하는 가치라든지 태도, 그리고 활동 영역에 초점을 맞추는 공통점이 발견되었습니다. 참여 영역 차원에서는 봉사활동, 사회참여, 그리고 정치참여 외에도 동시대의 흐름을 반영한 소셜미디어 참여, 그리고 가치를 기반으로 한 어떠한 구매 행동, 또는 환경을 보호하기 위한 어떠한 참여 패턴들이 등장하고 있음을 확인하게 되었죠. 시민 참여 활성화를 위한 핵심 요소는 태도 안에는 인지와 정서가 포함될 수 있을 것 같은데요. 이러한 태도와 그리고 행동으로 볼 수 있을 것 같고, 행동 영역에서는 다각화 전략이 특히 필요할 것으로 예상됩니다. 지속 가능한 미래 사회를 위해서는 참여 활동을 구체적으로 확인하고, 그리고 시민성이라든지 시민의식을 기반으로 한 인지적 측면과 참여 행동, 그리고 참여를 통한 어떠한 혜택에 초점을 맞출 것인지에 확인할 필요가 있을 것으로 예상되었습니다. 8건의 논문에서 발견하게 된 부분 중에 가장 크게 2가지가 있는데요. 첫 번째로는 측정도구 개발에 근원이 되는 이론을 명확하게 언급하고 있는 문헌은 한 편밖에 없었다는 거예요. 그 외에 다수 문헌들이 어떠한 이론을 근간으로 연구되었는지 확인할 수가 없었고, 이는 시민 참여와 관련된 다양한 이론들을 탐색할 필요가 있음을 시사했습니다. 그리고 두 번째로는요, 체계적인 측정도구 개발 절차를 준수한 연구는 2013년에 발표되었던 드리틀과 퍼울의 연구밖에 없었다는 것입니다. 이외의 문헌들은 내용 타당도, 그리고 구인 타당도, 준거 타당도, 내적 일관성 검토 등과 같은 척도 개발 절차를 모두 충족하지는 못한 것으로 확인되었습니다. 기존의 시민 참여 측정 도구는 광범위한 사회 맥락에서 여러 학문적 기초에 근거하여 개발되었음에도 불구하고 측정학적 근거가 부족하여 신뢰하기가 어려운 부분들이 존재하고 있었습니다. 시민 참여 연구들이 다루고 있는 주요 이론은 총 3가지인데요. 자원 이론과 행동 이론, 그리고 동기 이론으로 살펴볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 자원 이론은 경영학적 관점에서 시민 참여를 연구하는 경우 주로 활용되는데요. 행동의 행동의 경쟁 우위를 가져오는 매개체로 자원을 다루고 있습니다. 그렇기 때문에 여러 가지 논쟁들이 발생했는데요. 특히 참여 차원을 넓게 정의하여 활동하거나 혹은 기타 동인들까지 포함하게 된다면 논리의 오류가 굉장히 잘 발생하게 된다라고 합니다. 자원의 개념은 환경이나 전략의 개념과 중첩되고 있죠. 그렇기 때문에 자원과 능력을 체계적으로 분류하기 어렵고 다른 변수들과 상관관계를 이론화하기에 굉장히 어렵다라는 단점이 있었습니다. 사실 시민 참여는 사회 전반에서 참여하는 어떠한 행동을 의미하고, 그리고 국가의 전략과 참여할 수 있는 환경 등 다차원적 개념의 집합체라고 할 수 있죠. 그렇기 때문에 사회적 맥락에서 제공되는 자원의 관점보다는 시민의 관점에서 참여 행동을 해석하고 측정해야 할 것입니다. 개인주의적 관점에서의 시민 참여 접근은 동기이론과 행동이론이 대표적인데요. 행동이론은 환경의 결정력을 지나치게 강조하고 행동에 영향을 미치는 인간의 내적 그리고 정신적 특성은 배제된다라는 단점이 있었습니다. 그리고 개인의 외적 요소에 초점을 두고 있지만 문화적 배경이라든지 사회적 지위, 그리고 경제 상태 등 거시적인 수준은 조금 고려하기가 어려웠습니다. 반면에 개인주의적 관점에서의 동기 이론은요, 개인의 참여 자원이나 태도적 요소를 분석하여 동기와 행동 간의 연계성을 찾을 수 있죠. 시민 참여 연구에서는 주로 합리적 선택 이론을 사용하고 있었습니다. 공동체적 사회 행동은 참여자 개인의 행동에서 비롯되죠. 그리고 참여자 스스로 다양한 이유나 신념에 따라서 참여 여부를 결정 내린다라는 어떠한 전제가 기반되어 있기도 하고요. 개인의 결정 요인에 따라 개인의 결정 요인에 초점을 맞추고 있기 때문에 선택의 결과와 그리고 패턴을 예측할 수 있고 개인의 이점을 극대화하는 결정 과정에 대한 전반적인 이해가 가능하죠. 즉, 개인주의적 관점에서 합리적 선택 이론은 다양한 현상 속에서 발현되는 시민 참여의 다차원적 요인을 적절하게 포착할 수 있는 중거틀로 기능할 수 있을 것이라고 판단되었습니다. 앞서 진행했던 시민 참여 측정 도구에 대한 문헌 분석, 그리고 시민 참여에 대한 문헌 분석을 통해서 시민 참여 이론 탐구를 진행했는데요. 저는 사회 공동체 내에 시민이 가져야 되는 태도를 인지와 정서로 구분 지을 수 있다고 생각했고, 행동은 주도적 그리고 관계적으로 나눠서 살펴볼 수 있다고 생각했습니다. 또한 긍정적인 인식, 이 참여 활동을 통해서 긍정적인 인식, 그리고 부정적인 인식으로 분류해서 볼 수도 있을 것 같고, 참여에 있어서 수동적인 태도를 가지고 있거나 능동적인 태도를 가지고 있는가, 이런 부분들에 대해서도 조금 더 디테일하게 살펴볼 수 있다라고 생각을 했습니다. 이와 같이 시민 참여를 종합적으로 고려하는 모델을 먼저 상정하게 되었는데요. 그 이후에 이제 측정 도구 개발의 절차에 맞춰서 실제 측정 도구를 개발하게 되었습니다. 다음과 같은 측정 도구 개발 절차를 거쳤는데요. 시민 참여 측정 도구 개발을 위한 연구 방법은 다음과 같습니다. 우선 문헌 고찰, 인터뷰, 그리고 이외의 델파이 조사를 통해서 4요인 88개의 문항을 도출했습니다. 리커트 척도는 6점으로 설정했는데요. 이 이유는 일반적인 태도에 대한 질문에서는 중간점을 제시하는 것보다는 제시하지 않는 것이 사실을 덜 왜곡시키겠다는 연구 결과가 있었어요. 그래서 리커트 척도의 반응 범주를 6점으로 설정하였습니다. 응답 조사는 1,048명이었는데요. 그 중에 206명의 자료로 탐색적 요인 분석을 진행하였고, 이로써 88개의 문항을 28개의 문항으로 확정 짓게 되었습니다. 남은 842명의 자료로 확인적 요인 분석, 그리고 타당도와 신뢰도를 검증할 수 있는 다양한 방법들을 통해서 검증을 진행하였죠. 이 연구에서는 최종적으로 시민 참여를 다음과 같이 정의하였습니다. 시민 참여는 자신이 속한 지리, 문화, 사회 공동체의 유지와 발전을 주체적으로 기여, 관여하기 위한 인지 정서, 주도적 행동, 그리고 관계적 행동, 역량으로 정의하게 되었습니다. 인지는요, 공동체 성과에 주체적으로 기여 관여하기 위해 투자하는 개인적 차원의 정신 에너지, 그리고 정서는요, 공동체 성과에 주체적으로 기여 관여하기 위해 개인이 투자하려는 감정의 강도, 그리고 주도적 행동은요, 공동체의 성과에 주체적으로 기여 관여하기 위해 긍정적인 영향을 미치는 방식의 행동, 그리고 관계적 행동은요, 공동체의 성과에 주체적으로 기여 관여하기 위해 사회 구성원 혹은 집단 간에 발생하는 사회적 상호작용으로 정의하였습니다. 시민참여 측정 도구는 앞서 말씀드린 것처럼 총 28개의 문항으로 구성되어 있습니다. 인지 6문항, 정서 4문항, 그리고 주도적 행동 9문항, 관계적 행동 9문항으로 구성되어 있죠. 본 문항에서 다른 측정 도구의 문항들과 조금 차별점이 있는 부분들은요. 첫 번째로는 예를 통해서 활동의 구체성을 강조했다라는 점입니다. 보면 첫 번째 문항 보면요. 나는 다른 공동체들이 가지고 있는 다양한 문화와 관점을 배우는데 꾸준한 관심을 가지고 있다. 예, 사회, 문화예술, 환경 등 이런 식으로요. 그리고 방대하게 쏟아지고 있는 다양한 정보 속에서 진실과 거짓을 구분짓는 자신만의 선택 기준이 있는지 없는지를 평가하고 있다라는 부분. 예를 들면요, 나는 온오프라인의 다양한 채널에서 얻은 정보를 바탕으로 해결 과제와 관련된 실천 주제들을 파악할 수 있다. 이런 문항들이겠죠. 그리고 단순 정치 참여뿐만 아니라 사회 전반에 대한 참여를 다루고 있고 21세기에 들어서 더욱 대두되고 있는 시민교육, 그리고 환경 지속 가능성, 문화예술, 그리고 소셜미디어 등 다양한 차원의 참여할 영역들을 모두 다루고 있다는 점이 차별적이라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 그리고 시민 참여 활동은 행동으로 표현되는 부분들이 굉장히 중요한데요. 그래서 이 부분에 있어서 주도적, 관계적 행동으로 구분지어 세세하게 다루고 있다라는 점. 그리고 시민 참여는 결국 개인의 활동이기보다는 함께 더불어 하나의 목소리를 내야 되는 공동체 생활이 주이잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 관계성에 대한 논의가 빠질 수가 없겠는데요. 특히 저희 연구 같은 경우에는 관계적 행동이라고 해서 이 영역, 이 요소들이 하나가 따로 이렇게 구성되어 있다라는 점이 조금 강점이 될 것 같습니다. 우선은 사회 인구학적 요인을 기반으로서 개인 그리고 사회단체의 시스템 측면에서 선행 요인을 분류하였고요. 그리고 이것들이 결국에는 시민 참여가 이루어지게 되게 하는데요. 처음에 시민 참여 행동이 결과 요인과 같은 효과성을 나타나기 위해서는 특히 유지, 지속 또는 이탈 요인이 중요하게 다뤄져야 될 것이라고 생각됩니다. 시민 참여 측정 도구를 기반으로 이러한 매개 조절 요인들을 규명하는 연구가 후속적으로 진행되어야 할 것 같습니다. 다음입니다. 마지막이네요. 결론입니다. 연구 결과 첫 번째, 기존의 측정 도구가 측정하지 못한 고몰입 상태의 주도적 행동과 관계적 행동을 포함하고 있고 다차원적 관점을 해석할 수 있는 어떠한 틀을 제한하게 되었다라는 점. 그리고 두 번째로는 시민들이 추구하는 가치의 변화 양상을 분석하였고, 새로운 시민 참여 활동 영역으로 정치 참여, 민주시민 교육 참여, 환경 지속 가능성 참여, 소셜미디어 참여, 그리고 문화예술 참여를 제한하고 있다라는 점. 그리고 세 번째로는요, 과학적 엄격성을 확보하기 위해 진행한 다양한 차원의 검증을 거쳤기 때문에 신뢰성 높은 해석이 가능한 척도임을 증빙하고 있다라는 점이 연구 결과라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 네, 시민 참여 촉구 활용에 대한 시사점은요, 첫 번째로는 공동체의 긍정적인 변화 중축에 있는 어떻게 보면 개인의 이해를 기반으로 행동 변화와 그리고 성찰 과정을 반영하고 있기 때문에 사회에 미치는 긍정적인 혜택과 영향력을 해석할 수 있는 다각도 렌즈로 활용될 수 있을 것이라고 생각됩니다. 그리고 두 번째로는요, 한국인의 시민 참여 행동을 정의함으로써 평생교육기관이라든지 학습이 이루어지고 있는 어떠한 기관, 단체 등지에서 공동의 목표를 설정할 때 시민 참여 행동 가이드가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다. 그리고 세 번째로는요, 시민으로서 갖추어야 할 도덕성, 그리고 시민의식 등을 함량한 행동하는 시민을 규명하고 있잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 사회 문제를 토론할 수 있는 안전한 공동체의 구성이라든지 혹은 시민 참여 함량 교육 프로그램 체계의 발전 방향을 제안할 수 있다라는 점이 시사점이 될 것 같습니다. 앞으로는 본 시민 참여 추천 도구를 기반으로 다양한 사회 현상을 분석하기 위해서 후속 연구들을 꾸준히 해나가려고 생각하고 있습니다. 다른 곳에서도 널리 사용할 수 있었으면 좋겠네요. 이상입니다. 감사합니다.
네, 세 번째 발표는 시민 참여라는 개념을 대한민국 지역사회 맥락에서 측정하기 위해서 측정 도구를 개발한 연구 내용이었습니다. 우리나라 시민의 참여 형태는 총 4가지로 발현되는 것을 볼 수 있었습니다. 인지적 차원은 지역 공동체를 위한 관심과 인식, 정서적 차원은 내가 속해 있는 지역사회에 대한 어떤 애정과 자부심 등이 있었습니다. 그리고 다른 시민과의 관계적인 행동도 차원이 있었고요. 마지막으로 지역사회 발전을 위해서 주도적으로 관여하고 행동하는 차원도 눈여겨볼 수 있었습니다. 비록 앞선 발표와 달리 성인을 대상으로 하였지만 그럼에도 발현되는 양상이 참 다르다는 것을 확인할 수가 있어서 이 부분도 좀 재미가 있었습니다. 자, 이렇게 두 번째 세션은 시빅 인게이지먼트라는 주제로 아동과 성인을 대상으로 한 시빅 인게이지먼트 측정 도구 개발, 그리고 이러한 시빅 인게이지먼트를 실제 교육 현장에서 활용하기 위한 전략이나 사례를 같이 살펴볼 수 있었습니다. 제 개인적으로는 다음 학기에 크레스 교수가 설명한 서비스 운영 전략을 적용한 교육 과정을 운영해보는 것과 두 번째 아동력 측정 도구가 과연 우리나라 아동을 대상으로도 어떻게 나타날지 참 흥미가 있었습니다. 여러분들은 이 주제를 들으면서 어떤 생각이 들으셨나요? 자, 그럼 이것으로 두 번째 세션은 마치도록 하겠습니다. 잠깐 쉬었다가 마지막 세 번째 세션 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하십니까. 세션 3에 오신 여러분을 환영합니다. 좀 쉬셨나요? 이제 마지막 세션이니까 조금만 힘내시기 바라겠습니다. 세 번째 세션에 사회를 맡게 된 한국기술교육대학교의 김우철 교수라고 합니다. 만나서 반갑습니다. 세 번째 세션의 주제는 Employee Engagement입니다. 우리가 오늘 이런 컨퍼런스를 통해서 첫 번째 스튜던트 인게이지먼트, 두 번째 시빅 인게이지먼트, 그리고 마지막 조직 구성을 대상으로 한 인플로이 인게이지먼트입니다. 오늘도 이 세션에 세 분의 발표가 준비되어 있는데요. 네덜란드와 캐나다, 그다음에 프랑스에서 인게이지먼트에 대해서 다양한 연구를 하고 계시고 또 이 연구 분야의 권위자이신 세 분의 교수님이 발표를 해주시게 되었습니다. 사회자인 저로서도 이 내용을 사전에 검토하면서 상당히 유익하였습니다. 그래서 여러분들에게 이 시간들이 각각의 내용을 보면서 또 다양한 학습과 또 논문의 주제의 아이디어를 얻는 시간이 되길 바라겠습니다. 이 세션의 구성을 진행은 저는 이렇게 하고 싶습니다. 먼저 제가 시작은 간단한 소개를 하고 나서 그 세션 발표에 키워드를 몇 개 말씀드리고 그 발표가 끝나면 제가 나름대로 생각하는 논문의 연구 주제를 잠재적인 연구 주제 아이디어를 좀 여러분께 드려서 여러분들이 그걸 통해서 조금 더 발전시켜서 학위 논문이나 학술지까지 연계할 수 있는 그런 시간이 되길 바라봅니다. 그럼 첫 번째 발표 소개해 보겠습니다. 첫 번째 발표는 네덜란드 대학의 네덜란드의 아인토벤 기술대학교에 계시는 드미리티 교수입니다. 여러분 잘 아시겠지만 JDR 모델에서 많은 것들을 또 연구를 하셨고 특히나 거기서 자크 레팅을 상당히 강조하신 분입니다. 오늘의 발표는 New Directions in Intervention Research, the Use of Self-Training 포맷입니다. 특히나 드미리티 교수님은 이 인게이지먼트를 위해서 자크 레팅을 좀 올려야 한다는 걸 강조하시고 계시고 이 부분에 대해서 그럼 인터벤션, 자크 레팅을 올릴 수 있는 서스테이블하게 자크 레팅을 올릴 수 있는 인터벤션의 방법으로서 코비드 상황에서를 고려한 셀프 트레이닝에 대해서 말씀하셨습니다. 그래서 셀프 트레이닝과 온라인 트레이닝들을 어떻게 사용할 수 있고 어떤 내용을 구성할 수 있고 어떤 효과를 볼 수 있는지에서 발표를 같이 들어보겠습니다. 발표 시간은 약 22분 54초 정도인데요. 내용 보시고 같이 한번 고민해 보시는 시간이 되겠으면 좋겠습니다.
Hello, my name is Evangelia Demeruti and I'm Professor of Work and Organizational Psychology at Eindhoven University of Technology. Hello from the Netherlands to South Korea. I wish that I would have been there, but it is far away and at least we are able to communicate via this way. So I will share with you my latest work on interventions, which is to my view a very much understudied domain and a domain that many organizations could profit actually if we would investigate more. More specifically, I will share with you a little bit information about background information about interventions and two of the examples of my recent research on interventions which use the self-training format. So what we know about interventions is actually very broadly, interventions mean some actions that we undertake to change some processes that we think that are not effectively designed, so that we improve outcomes of individuals, group, or the organizations. To my view, coming from the job design perspective, interventions are actually ways to improve person job fit, so that individuals are better able to balance their demands and resources and function effectively and retain their well-being. We know from the literature that there are different types of interventions that focus on the risks and the causes of this of problems, including also the monitoring of the exposure to these problems. We call them primary interventions. There are secondary interventions which reflect treatment after people have been exposed to risks, and tertiary interventions which mean that people are cured after the exposure to the stressor and receive some kind of rehabilitation or therapy. Here are examples of primary interventions, like for instance conflict management or effective organization of work. Secondary interventions, example of secondary interventions can be job redesign, and examples of tertiary interventions are cognitive behavioral therapy. What do we know about the effectiveness of interventions? We know that interventions that operate on the organization and the individual level, they are more effective than interventions that are targeting only the individual or the organizational level. Moreover, we know that holistic interventions, so those who have aspects that target the causes, the exposure, and the treatment of people, they are more effective, particularly when they are aiming to improve the skills and the knowledge of individuals on how to deal with these situations. What do we know about effectiveness? We know that the effect that there is not so much, or we see that there is not so much intervention research, and those interventions that are there are not all effective, and their effectiveness depends on the outcomes that we are focusing on. Very often, evaluations of the effectiveness occur shortly after the intervention has been given to individuals, so we don't know long-term effects of interventions. And unfortunately, the golden standard of intervention research, like randomized control trials, are not so often implemented in organizational psychology research. We sometimes even miss a control group, and we don't know for whom are the intervention more effective, specific contexts, cultures, or individuals. And also, the interventions seem to follow very often the one-size-fits-all and not to target actually the problem. So there is a kind of recipe, cognitive behavioral therapy, for instance, and we apply to every problem that people might have. Moreover, we also don't know what is the effective dose that we need for people to learn or to improve their situation. And do we give them enough knowledge that they can learn during the intervention? That is not always what we think about. Moreover, what we also don't think about is to include some process or proximal outcomes so that we can investigate whether the targets of the interventions, the behaviors that we try to teach to people, whether they improve after the intervention and whether that improvement may explain more distal outcomes. Take, for instance, an intervention that aims to improve self-efficacy, because based on theory, self-efficacy should improve performance, which is the outcome that we aim to improve with our training. So when we do some actions like vicarious learning or mastery experiences, which are meant to be tools to improve self-efficacy, when we implement them, we also need to measure self-efficacy when we evaluate our intervention and see whether the effect of the intervention on performance improvement can be explained by self-efficacy, so the mediating mechanism or the manipulation check, in other words. So this is actually a more thorough test of the interventions, which is not taking place very often. Last but not least, and that links me to the next, to the topic of my presentation, is actually that those who are supposed to participate to our interventions often don't have the time to participate. So we miss actually those who are in need for our interventions. So that is actually why we came up to develop self-training interventions, which was stimulated particularly during COVID when people could not attend trainings live. And we followed a completely different format. So we tried to get to develop self-trainings where people do not have to come to a location or do not have to spend time together to get trained for specific behaviors, but to reach out as many people as possible using a broad scaling method, to be flexible in terms of when people attend the training around the globe, different times, in different locations, from home and from work, to be less time consuming so that people get exactly the knowledge that they need and the way that, and to change their behaviors using good practices that we know that are effective, and in this way to have a more cost-effective tool. This intervention that I will present you first was designed to improve engagement in self-regulating, in sustainability behavior. Sustainability in the form of people, planet, profit, where employees are supposed actually around the globe to use this behavior, to engage in that behavior, and we have found out that this is not so easy to do. Everybody knows that it is important, but we don't really implement it in our daily behavior. And that is why we thought that we have to reach out to the people while they are working and to help them to find ways to integrate this sustainability behavior in their daily work. What did we do? We applied the theory of plant behavior, where we first tried to prime people and to make more latent actually the attitudes, the positive attitudes towards sustainability, and then to stimulate them to use self-directed behavior in which they proactively integrate sustainability in their daily work. How did we do that? In this slide you see the design of the training. We had, of course, a pre and post measure where we measure all these things that I told you, sustainability behavior, but also attitudes and all the other constructs that are relevant, and the job crafting. On day one, people got information about sustainability and how they did it in the past. On day two, they got information about the social norms and what others think about sustainability and how others support them to embrace sustainability. And from day 3 to day 5, people got to learn a job crafting strategy, which we suggested would be the way that people can use to integrate sustainability in their daily work. How did we do that? In the morning, people learned about job crafting, the specifics, what it means. Then they reflected on their past crafting behavior, and then they formulated a specific goal in which they could attain on that specific day. And this goal had to do with sustainability, what they could do on that specific day to embrace sustainability in terms of people, planet, profit. And this occurred 3 days in a row. The next slide, you can see even a little bit more about the specific assignments that they did. So in the last 3 days, people set a goal, an action plan on how they can implement crafting behavior to embrace sustainability. And in the evening, they reflected on whether they attended their goals or not. What do the results show? The self-training was effective to increase the behavioral intention to use sustainability in their daily work. Moreover, the training improved engagement in specific sustainability behavior, as you see here in the two graphs. The intervention group, which is the group with the squares, saw a significant increase over time in engagement in pollution sustainability, so they were more willing to take actions to reduce pollution. Also, the intervention group improved or saw a significant increase in engagement in health and safety behavior, while the control group did not show any improvement. And what we also saw was that the training was effective to improve these two behaviors because people implemented optimizing demands during their daily work. Optimizing demands is one of the job crafting strategies that people use in order to do their work more efficiently and to overcome obstacles that hinder them to achieve their goals. So those people who implemented this behavior to optimize their work, the demands, to work smarter, not harder, they were better able to embrace sustainability in their daily work, because they created more room and more time actually to do this effortful work, because sustainability means more effort than to do your work in automatic pilot. What we learned further from this intervention was that we saw that the improvements in sustainability started after the third day, when people had to really do something, than the first and the second day where they got more information. So we had to learn to start the dose of the intervention already from the beginning on. We also noticed that when we provided examples to them to see, to give them some ideas on what they could do on a specific day, many of them followed our examples. So that is very important to think about what examples you use. They kind of complained a bit about the much reading that they had to do, about the different strategies and about sustainability, etc. We could not approach them in terms of giving reminders so that we keep them on board. And there was some kind of training load because people were busy in the morning and the afternoon, 5 days in a row, which means a lot of time actually in a busy program. So we considered this information to design another kind of intervention, which was actually meant to help people to deal with, to improve their well-being and their performance in the hybrid work context. That was, of course, inspired during COVID, where people could not, had indeed issues with suddenly having to work remotely. They were not used always to have the blurred boundaries between work and home domain. Private life had changed, kids were sitting at home, a partner was at home, not space for everyone to have a quiet place to work. So work-life balance gained importance. And this setting is not the same now, of course. People can go to work again, but still the hybrid work context is relevant, and people need some kind of support on how to do that more effectively and more healthy. So what I thought that was here relevant was that people need to recognize when they experience stress or load by this situation, to craft their job so that it fits their preferences and that they can organize the way that their work, that the demands are manageable, tolerable, and the resources are sufficient, to have effective strategies to deal with work and life management and boundaries, and to recover sufficiently. How did the training look like? I did a randomized control trial where the control group was waitlist, so they had to wait at the beginning a little bit until the intervention group finalized the training, and then they were invited to participate to the training. And the training occurred fully automized. So people subscribed, they wrote their name, and then the system automatically assigned them either to the control or to the experimental group. Then they continued with a pre-measure, all the measures that I will tell you in a minute. And the training lasted 4 weeks. Every week, people learned another group of strategies. So the first week, they learned about how to recognize their stress and their stressful situations and their reaction to stressful situations. The second week was on job crafting. The third week was on recovery. And the fourth week on work-life balance or management. And then after 2 weeks completing the intervention, people were invited to complete the post-measure. Here are some examples of the assignments that people filled in. For instance, for the self-recognition, the assignment was to look at themselves in the mirror on their smartphone and to tell what they see. On job crafting, it was like I told you, to set the job crafting goal the second week. For recovery, people, for instance, need to reflect on what they would like to do more to recover, what have for them the most recovery effect. And another activity was to plan a break, to plan the breaks in their agenda so that they know that they don't miss the breaks. The work-life management assignments, one example of that was, for instance, to create transition rituals. So how do they separate work from non-work, and to, for instance, try to plan in their agenda time for their work, their family, and their own personal activities. I had a company who made a very beautiful tool in which its knowledge clip was made by a professional trainer who presents the scripts that I developed in a more understandable way, as you see here. Then people answered some questions on their past behavior, and they formulated a goal that they could achieve on that specific week. As you can see, they know where they are on the training progress every week, so how much percentage of their training they have achieved. And the training, the system could facilitate that people remember what goal they set so that they don't forget their goals. What I found was that after controlling for the presence of children, which was of course important factor that could intervene with effectiveness, the intervention group showed improvements in crafting behavior. They were more inclined to seek resources and challenges. They also showed improvements in their recovery experiences. They were better able to psychologically detach from work and to relax. They were better able to recognize the sources of their stress and the stress of other people, so emotional intelligence, and to notice their symptoms of stress. And they experienced less work-family conflict. Some things that I hoped to find effects, of course, did not, like optimizing demands, control, and work-family facilitation. The outcomes improved. Here you see the 4 outcomes that were improved after the intervention. For instance, for the first left slide, you see that the fatigue decreased for the intervention group, the red line, whereas for the control group it remained the same. Then I also tested what explains actually the improvements in the outcomes, and particularly I saw that emotional intelligence, work-family conflict, and relaxation, what I trained during this training, were responsible to improvements of outcomes like fatigue severity, motivation, task performance, and happiness. So it explained, actually, this trained behavior explained the outcomes of the training. What it was further shown was that the assignments of recovery and work-life management were the most probable one that people said that they will continue to use. Possible obstacles of not using them would be external demands, work pressure. In order to overcome them, they would try to make habits from the new behaviors so that they do them automatically. What does this all mean, and what is the takeaway from this presentation? In the brief, what we learn from that is that the interventions seem to be more effective when the people integrate their learned behavior in their daily work, so that they can reap more the outcomes of that and the profit of that. Start with an understanding of the phenomenon and the problem with interviews with people, so that you understand what people need and what can help. Build on past behavior so that people can transfer this new learned knowledge to their past behavior and to improve them actually. Knowledge should be easy to digest, not complicated, and commit participant actually with to the training by asking them to fulfill simple and daily assignments, and measure, of course, what you train and what you expect to cause the outcomes, and how to increase actually the effectiveness of intervention. Again, we need to build on theory. What theory says that should work. We need to set up the theory in a way, the intervention in a way that it improves, that stimulates actually change behavior. pilot the training so that we see that it works, and investigate the potential participants with specific examples that you can give during the training. Having said that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I wish that we would be there to answer your questions. Have a great conference and see you soon.
네, 첫 번째 발표 잘 들으셨나요? 인게이지먼트의 첫 번째 발표로 인터벤션, 셀프 트레이닝 이게 무슨 관계지라고 생각하실 수도 있을 겁니다. 그러나 우리가 지금까지 JDR 모델을 통해서 직무 자원과 개인 자원이 직원 몰입을 올려서 그게 결과적으로 성과로 간다 이런 연구들을 다양하게 이제 설문조사를 했는데 실제로 이제 그런 것들을 통해서 지난 30년간 그런 연구들이 많이 이제 어떻게 실증적으로 확인이 됐는데 정작 그렇다면 그런 자원들을 직무 자원이라고 친다면 어떻게 올릴 건지 실제적인 그 효과성에 대한 다시 말하면 그 인터벤션에 대한 효과성에 대해서는 저희가 아주 깊게 연구하지는 못하는 상황인 것 같습니다. 자, 그런 차원에서 드메리트 교수님은 특히나 본인도 관심 갖고 있는 잡 크래프팅, 특히나 드메리트 교수님은 잡 크래프팅이 잡 디맨드를 좀 어드레스할 수 있는 그런 전략으로서 우리 잡 크래프팅을 사용하셨는데 그 잡 크래프팅을 올릴 수 있는 방향으로 또 특히나 코비드-19의 리모트 워크 시대에 어떻게 할 수 있는지를 고민하는 차원에서 셀프 트레이닝 포맷을 제안 주셨고 그다음에 온라인 툴과 같은 교육을 통해서 어떤 효과가 있는지를 좀 실제 실증 연구를 보여주셨습니다. 자, 여러분도 만약에 지금 현재 논문을 쓰고 계시다면 저희가 한번 아이디어를 고민해 볼 수 있는 게 이런 실험 연구. 그동안 저희가 다양한 연구를 했지만 주로 설문에 대한 연구만 이루어지고 이러한 비교군과 실험군과 통제군을 비교하는 이런 실험 연구, 익스페리멘탈 이런 스터디 같은 걸 많이 있지 않았습니다. 그래서 그런 부분들을 어떻게 할지에 대한 그리고 특히나 이런 요즘에 비대면의 업무가 많은데 비대면 업무에서 업무 몰입을 향상시키기 위해서 어떠한 우리가 연구를 할 수 있는지 이런 것도 우리가 실험 연구를 통해서 한번 고려해 볼 수 있다는 게 나름의 의미가 있을 것 같고요. 한 가지 더 아이디어를 드리면 많은 연구에서 외국의 연구를 보면 잡 크래프팅과 인게이지먼트 우리는 기본적으로 직무 재창 잡 크래프팅이 인플로이 인게이지먼트를 향상시킨다고 일반적으로 연구를 알고 있지만 또 다양한 연구를 보면 또 인플로이 인게이지먼트가 잡 크래프팅을 또 올린다는 것을 또 알 수 있습니다. 그래서 JDR의 익스텐디드 모델을 보면 우리가 직무자원과 개인 자원이 직업 몰입을 통해서 이런 아웃컴을 향상시키고 그 아웃컴이 다시 자원들을 향상시키는 때 잡 크래프팅 영향을 미친다는 것들이 있는데요. 이런 것들을 봤을 때 우리가 몰입과 직무 잡 크래프팅 간의 리서프로컬 상호 호혜적 관계와 또 타임 래깅 이펙트 관계까지도 같이 연구해 볼 수 있는 것을 우리가 논문의 주제로 아이디어로 한번 제안 드리고 싶습니다. 자, 두 번째 연구로 넘어가겠습니다. 두 번째 연구는 캐나다 아카디아 대학교의 레이터 교수님이 발표해 주시겠는데요. 약 21분간의 동영상인데 주제는 Engagement, Burnout and Profiles in Between입니다. 특히나 여기서 키워드는 인게이지먼트와 번아웃과 특히 프로파일을 말씀드리고 싶은데요. 프로파일을 들으실 때 5개의 하위 요인이 프로파일에 해당됩니다. 이것들이 레이터 교수님이 강조하는 스펙트럼 상에서 인게이지먼트, 디스인게이지먼트, 번아웃의 가능성에서 이 5개의 프로파일이 어떠한 영향을 하는지 이런 것들을 우리가 고민해 볼 수 있는 좋은 동영상이고요. 특히나 이 동영상을 통해서 많은 아이디어, 연구 아이디어를 얻으실 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다. 자, 그러면 같이 보시겠습니다.
Hello. I am Michael Leiter. I am a professor of psychology at Acadia University in Canada and have been at Deakin University in Melbourne, Australia as well. I'm going to talk today about engagement with work and how engagement and burnout contrast with each other and with other states of mind and body and emotion as well in people's relationship with work. This has been something that I've been working on for many years, a lot with Christina Maslach, and I've worked together on many of these ideas. And we started in our book on the truth about burnout, talking about how burnout contrasts with work engagement. When working with organizations, we knew that you can't just make burnout go away. You need to know, well, what's the positive alternative so that you can have something constructive to focus on, to build on, to put into place. And we named that engagement with work within that book. And since then, work engagement has taken off as an idea. of being a positive relationship with work, one that's fulfilling. In contrast to burnout, burnout is three components in a syndrome of being exhausted, chronically exhausted, so that you're exhausted even before the workday begins and stay that way. And it basically means you're never quite catching up with both the work demands and just getting your energy back. So exhaustion is one particular piece of it. Second is being cynical and sort of emotionally distant. Something that you really used to love to do, you just don't like it anymore. You have clients that you used to be really excited to see a new client coming in, and you just don't like to see them anymore. So it's losing this kind of connection with work. And the third component is losing your sense of efficacy and that confidence that you're doing important work and you're doing it well. That is, all these are very important psychological states to experience when you're following your career. And with burnout, all three of those are in the negative kind of range. And that contrasts, and we contrasted it in that book back in the 1990s with a state of engagement. When engagement means being energetic, bringing energy to work, being vigorous, and being able to sustain that energy over time, so that while there may be a significant workload, it's something that's manageable, something that you're getting enough of a break, you're getting enough of recovery time and recovery kinds of activities so that you can maintain that. The other contrast is, instead of being cynical, being really dedicated and focused and emotionally involved in the work, and emotionally involved with the kinds of contacts you have with people and ideas and new things happening at work. So dedication is that second piece, and then feeling really effective, having that confidence that you're doing important work and that you're doing it well. Those are the components. So this idea that burnout is on one end of the scale and engagement is on the other end of the scale. But then we're looking at these things, and particularly with this idea of latent profile analysis and seeing the different kinds of profiles of scores that go together in order to define different kinds of relationships with work that people experience. And the first one we looked at was people who scored high on exhaustion, but they were not cynical, and they were actually feeling very effective. So it was a combination that it wasn't all negative. It was mostly positive, but there was one overriding bit of negativity, and that was exhaustion. Exhaustion was there. People believed that they were just doing wonderful work. They were developing new ideas. They were providing excellent treatments for people. It was a different kind of a thing than being fully burnt out. So we saw them as being overextended, and that they needed to somehow be able to find ways to maintain their energy while doing the work that they were loving. They needed resources. They needed some kind of support in order to be able to do this over time. So that was one of the profiles, that's somewhere in between being engaged, which is being positive on all three of these, and being burned out, which is being negative on all three of these. But there were also people who were just disengaged. They weren't exhausted. They weren't feeling ineffective, but they were just really cynical about it. They had lost any kind of joy or connection or excitement about the work that they were doing. They liked to complain about what was going on much more than to get involved in actually doing what needed to be done. So it was a different kind of an attitude towards work that people were experiencing there. So that was another kind of cluster that came out, and they were just people who had that kind of score. Not a huge number, but they were in there. And then the third were people who just scored low on efficacy, but they weren't exhausted. They weren't cynical. They were, had decent amount of energy, and then they were, pretty much involved. They cared about what they were doing. They just weren't really gelling with it. It wasn't really making them feel fulfilled or excited about going to work, of doing the work, and that kind of thing. So that was sort of three different clusters that we found that were in the world between being engaged on one end and being burned out on the other end. So it isn't that the world is just made of people who are engaged and people who are burned out and nothing in between. There's actually a lot going on in between. And these three profiles captured part of that world. I'm not saying that's everything. We're certainly beyond saying that there's two kinds of people in the world, those who think there's two kinds of people and those who don't. But we're also saying there's probably more than 5 kinds of people as well. But those 5, being engaged, being overextended, being disengaged, and feeling ineffective, as well as burnout, that those 5, they capture some interesting perspectives in that it's defining people's sort of psychological relationship with work in terms of these 3 qualities of energy, involvement, and sense of efficacy. That defines a lot about how people position themselves in relation to their work. And if they're negative on all 3, that's where burnout is. But there's a lot happening that can be somewhat distressing, somewhat off kilter about work, while being well short of actually being burned out. It has some of those qualities that burnout has, but it's really different to have only one of these being an issue than having all 3, because when they're all 3 happening, then they sort of build on each other and it becomes more negative that way. So what we look at in terms of what drives that on the work life side of the equation are these 6 areas of work life, being workload being one of them. When it's people who are engaged, they do a lot of work. They like doing work. They're to do the work, but they have it manageable. There's enough of it. They've got enough resources to put to it. They know how to deal with the complexity and the emotional toll of it, as well as just the quantity of work. So they've got that manageable. Whereas people going towards the burnout end of the scale are not managing that well. They're not getting the recovery, and they're being somewhat overwhelmed by the work that's happening, that's coming at them, the task demands. Control is the second part of it. Can you decide when or where you're going to work, how you're going to approach the task, who are you going to work with, how are you going to do this? The more that you have decision-making power over those things, the more that people are going to be able to get through that with having the work manageable in many ways. So that sense of control, like demand control kind of balance, is an important piece of what's going on. The third one is the idea of reward, particularly intrinsic reward, doing work that you really just like doing. You like doing that work, meeting with those people, talking about these kinds of things, solving these kinds of puzzles. That's fun, that it's enjoyable, that it's gratifying to do these things. The more that's happening, the more engaged people are. And the less of that, the more you're doing tedium, just doing boring stuff, thinking that you're just sort of losing your edge doing this kind of work, the more it's pushing towards burnout. Community is really important, the quality of the relationships. People who are engaged, they're really receiving a lot of positivity and they're radiating a lot of positivity back to their colleagues and to their supervisors and their clientele and all of that. Where people who are experiencing burnout, they're not only reporting that they have more people are being more negative towards them, but that they're also being more negative towards other people. It's hard to be pleasant when you're exhausted and cynical and discouraged. It's hard, really hard. So that breaks down and continues in an ongoing kind of fashion of breaking down. Fairness is another kind of important issue, sense of justice, both how you're treated, how you see your colleagues around you treated, how your clientele is called, just the connection of your workplace with the outside world. Is it something that's really making things better, or is it really being problematic in important ways? And then the 6th area of work life is values. Are my values and my employer's values alike, or are they at war with each other? Is there a big contrast going on? There's a real problem happening. So that becomes the 6th area of work life. And again, mismatches. Mismatches drive burnout, while matches between these things actually make things much more pleasant and jive much more pleasantly with each other. Now, what is it about people that's matching or mismatching on these things? One of them we look at these core motives that Dichi and Ryan talk about in terms of sense of belonging, that people are looking for that. People are very social kinds of creatures. You're not really comfortable unless you're sort of working with a group and being connected with some kind of group of people that you know that you're part of. You can make things happen. So belonging is a big piece of it. And that's where that sense of community that can happen at work is important. And it's missed when it's not happening. The second is a sense of efficacy, that you're not only part of a community, but valued because you're contributing. You've got some skills and perspectives that are valued in that way. And you have that confidence in yourself. So people want, they're evaluating their performance and saying, am I good at this or not so good at that? And part of that is your own self-evaluation is very important. But other people's views on that as they convey both verbally or through awards or just looking at you sort of dubiously, they're evaluating, and conveying to you whether you're seen by your colleagues as being a contributor, a very effective and capable kind of person. And it's very fulfilling when you have that confirmation from other people that that's happening. And then the third primary motive here is just autonomy, a sense of, that you are someone who can make things happen. You're not just always on the receiving end of other people's agendas, but you can be somebody who is really sparking something new happening, showing initiative. And you can look at things that are happening at work and saying, okay, I really contributed to making that happen. That is something that I helped bring about, that kind of idea. So that's so those kinds of things, as they're connecting with those 6 areas of work life, the way the work world is structured, the processes that roll out, are they helping people fulfill these kinds of primary motives, or are they actually getting in the way? So that's the kind of piece that we're looking at. And so with these profiles, they all sort of connect with the areas of work life in a different kind of way. And you've got to look at that and see how that's coming about. So one of them, we're looking here at engaged. And with engaged, everything's happening in a positive kind of direction. There's energy, there's involvement, there's advocacy. And we look over at the 6 areas of work life, and they're all in the green light kind of area too. Some of them are more green and brighter than others, but they're all sort of in there as something that is positive. And people who are engaged are generally seeing their work environment as a really positive place to be in terms of workload, values, fairness, all these things. They have a much more positive view of these than people who are not in that engaged kind of profile. In contrast, the folks who are feeling ineffective, that ineffective profile, who are just having negative, the red light score on efficacy, they're looking at work life and it's not all that green and rosy. It's sort of, it's a bit grayed out here, and it's just not as pleasant. It's not awful. It's not like alarm bells and red lights, but it's not great either. It's okay. It's sort of, I guess it's okay, that kind of idea they have towards their view of work life and how that's happening. Whereas the people who are, overextended, where exhaustion is their primary issue, they have one area of work life they've got a real problem with, and that is the workload. The amount of work, the timing of work, the complexity of work, how organized it is, the emotional toll of the work, all those kinds of things are issues. And they're looking for some kind of solution on workload. The other things, they're not maybe great, but they're not really a big problem. The other areas of work-life values, control, they're doing what's important. People are okay. They got good relationships with people. I guess it's fine. But there's too much work to do. I'm not getting enough sleep. I need a vacation, but I can't trust anybody here to take care of this important task when I'm away. So I've got to keep working. I can't take any time off. That kind of point of view is what's going on with this. So that's different from, sometimes people confuse this, certainly with burnout, because it's got that exhaustion piece, and that's very front and center. But it's different in that way, because when you're not discouraged and you're not, feeling cynical about work, then you've got just one issue, which is can I get this workload under control? In contrast to people who are disengaged, who are just cynical, they're not concerned all that much about workload. They don't love it, but they're not really complaining about it. But they're complaining about everything else. That there's a value conflict. These people don't care about the patient the way I do. They don't care about the customer the way they should. They don't care about quality work the way they should. They've got problems with other people in their community, especially their supervisor. They've got no problems there. The rewards are not good enough. I have no sense of control. Everything's wrong. It's just, it's not so much the workload, but everything else is a problem there. Whereas people who are fully burned out and they are cynical, as well as being exhausted, as well as being discouraged and having no sense of efficacy, everything is a problem in terms of those areas of work life. They're all in the red zone. So they have a blanket negativity in their perception of things and their relationship with the workplace. And again, we're looking at these things as residing primarily in that space between the person and the workplace. It's not just something that's inside the person. That's this burnout thing. This burnout thing is really, it's a relationship problem. And relationship problems sort of exist in the space between people and their workplace, people and important other people in their workplace, particularly supervisors. That's where the burnout thing comes into reality. And that's where engagement comes into being, in the kinds of ways that people interact with the workload, with their sense of control, with its systems and structures that are happening at work. That then is the kind of thing that sparks that energy and involvement and sense of efficacy for people. So that is the framework I'm sort of talking about today. I think that, if you say, well, what can I do with this information? Where can I go with some of these things now? And I think the idea is that you look at your work environment as it's a setting for how you're going to be behaving, how you're going to be thinking and interacting with other people, and that you can start to influence that. There's, things can happen on a bigger scale within, but each person can contribute something to shaping that work life and making it a more rich experience for yourself and for other people. So what can you do like tomorrow just to make things a little bit more engaging within your workplace? I'd say expressing appreciation to other people, it gives them a sense of reward, and it's a positivity, and that they might just be positive back to you and be positive in their interactions with other people at work. So that kind of thing is really important. Talk with people about their core values. Are we working together on the same kind of thing here? Can we just help each other in getting to what really are the important professional and personal values that you're hoping to realize at work through the kinds of things that we're doing here? So getting together with people on that, and just, if anything, expanding your social world a bit by saying hello to new people at work, going out of sort of your usual rut that you follow when you come in the door at the beginning of a shift, and just walk around in a different way, say hi to different people, and see what kind of things you can get going there. So that's the overview. I want to just talk about the idea of contrasting burnout with engagement, but then going beyond that to look at these profiles that are in between burnout and engagement as being alternatives, and they help you get a better idea about what are people looking for. Because the overextended people are just looking for help with their workload, whereas people who are fully burned out are looking for a much wider range of possibilities. So I hope that you found this somewhat interesting. There's some contact information for you if you're interested in following up on some things. But basically, engagement is the goal when addressing burnout, exhaustion to energy, cynicism to involvement, inefficacy to competence. And a change strategy is to collaborate, customize to your own situation. It's not a best practice out of the box, but something you need to create where you are working. And commitment, because it takes a long time to really build an engaging environment. And you need leadership that's focused on people, responsive, and builds that cooperation. So I wish you well with your work, and I hope things go well with the rest of this conference. So good to talk with you. Goodbye.
네, 두 번째 발표 잘 보셨나요? 두 번째 발표에서 레이터 교수님은 우리가 인게이지먼트를 바라보는 관점을 번아웃에 대한 관점으로 좀 바라보셨습니다. 그래서 인게이지먼트가 좀 더 내려갔을 때 디스인게이지먼트로 가고 그 디스인게이지먼트가 더 낮아졌을 때 번아웃으로 간다. 다시 말하면 인게이지먼트는 번아웃을 어드레스하는 하나의 전략이다. 이런 관점에서 했는데요. 사실 근데 이제 이런 유럽 쪽에 셔펠리라든지 레이트라든지 디미리티 이런 교수님들의 관점은 인게이지먼트를 우리가 마슬라시라는 분이 번아웃을 만들 때 그 번아웃의 파지티브 안타시스 긍정의 반대의 개념을 봤기 때문에 이런 관점을 보셨는데요. 또 다른 관점에서는 또 다른 개념이다. 번아웃과 단순히 반대되는 개념이 아니라 또 다른 디스팅티브한 기준입니다라고 하는 관점도 있습니다. 여하튼 이 발표에서 우리가 좀 관심 깊고 유의 깊게 봐야 될 부분은 우리가 인게이지먼트와 디스인게이지먼트와 번아웃의 이 스펙트럼 상에서 그런 것들의 미스매치를 만들어내는 그런 차이를 만들어내는 것들을 우리 레이터 교수님은 프로파일이라는 것으로 우리가 이야기해 주셨습니다. 그 프로파일에 5가지 하이 요인이 있었는데 그게 보면 워크로드라든지 그다음에 리워드, 커뮤니티, 그다음에 이제 페어니스, 밸류 이 5가지가 있었는데요. 이 5가지의 상태에 따라서 우리가 어떻게 인게이지가 되고 디스인게이지 되고 번아웃이 되는지라는 것을 또 그런 관점을 좀 새롭게 제시해 줘서 상당히 연구하는 관점에서는 큰 아이디어가 될 것 같습니다. 그래서 혹시 박사 논문을 쓰고 석사 논문 쓰고 계시는 특히 박사분들은 저는 개인적으로 이 프로파일의 5가지 요소들을 가지고 그리고 또 가능하다면 번아웃의 3가지 요소와 인게이지먼트의 3가지 요소를 가지고 프로파일 어나리시스, 레이턴트 프로파일 어나리시스를 통해서 어떠한 상황에서의 인게이지와 디스인게이지와 혹은 번아웃 상태로 갈 수 있는지의 그런 레이블링을 한번 그 사람 센트릭으로, 피플 센트릭으로 한번 볼 수 있는 연구가 되지 않을까라는 또 아이디어를 드려보고요. 두 번째 우리가 발표 내용 중에 우리 레이터 교수님이 하신 말씀 중에 이 번아웃을 구성하는 exhaustion, cynicism, inefficacy 이 3가지 요소가 서로 상호작용할 때 훨씬 더 번아웃을 가속화시킨다 이런 표현을 쓰셨는데요. 그렇다면 우리가 연구 관점에서 봤을 때는 이 exhaustion과 cynicism과 이 inefficacy의 어떤 interaction effect, 이 번아웃의 3가지 요인을 하이 요인을 다시 분해해서 각각의 효과와 그 상호 효과도 한번 봐볼 수 있지 않을까라는 또 생각을 해봤습니다. 이런 아이디어를 가지고 좀 한번 연구를 봐보시면 훨씬 더 풍성한 인게이지먼트 바라볼 수 있는 연구가 되지 않을까 싶습니다. 자, 그러면 세 번째 발표에 대한 소개를 드리겠습니다. 세 번째는 프랑스 HEC 파리 비즈니스 스쿨의 세갈리 교수님이십니다. 우리 세갈리 교수님께서는 논문의 발표 주제를 코비드 이후에 인플루 인게이지먼트가 과연 가능한 것인가라는 어떤 화두를 던지셨습니다. 그래서 약 21분 정도의 발표 내용인데요. 개인적으로 좀 강조하고 싶은 키워드는 이 HRM 관점에서 인플루 인게이지먼트 어떻게 보고 계신지, 특히나 첫 번에 시간의 흐름에 따라서 어떻게 프로덕티브한 워커를 좀 설명하는지에 대해서 그래서 그런 관점에서 인게이지먼트가 어떻게 나타나게 되었는지를 좀 봐보시면 좋을 것 같고요. 그 다음에 특히나 이 코비드 이후에서 인게이지먼트를 유지하거나 향상시키기 위해서 가장 중요한 요소로서 트러스트라는 이야기를 좀 제안하셨습니다. 그 트러스트가 왜 중요한지도 한번 함께 관심 있게 봐보시고요. 마지막으로 제안한 요소 중에 인게이지먼트 쿼드런트라는 4가지의 인게이지먼트의 4가지 사분면을 제시한 게 있습니다. 특히나 HR 쪽에서 컨설팅을 하시거나 또 연구에 관심 있는 분들은 이 부분까지 잘 보시면 좋은 아이디어가 되실 것 같습니다. 자, 그러면 세 번째 발표 함께 보겠습니다.
Hello, my name is Michael Sigalo, Professor of Management at HEC Paris. It's a pleasure being with you today at the Chung-Ang University's annual Global Human Engagement Conference to discuss the research we've been doing here in Europe. Let's start off with the theme is what's happened with COVID and how that's going to affect engagement. Now, to get to that end, we're going to go through a little bit of material ahead of time. So let's talk about what do we want to discuss today. One is let's discuss how human resource management objectives have evolved over the years and what effect that's likely to have on engagement. Who's doing the research on this topic? Why is engagement an important topic to discuss? And what are some of the other factors driving engagement and disengagement, such as trust in the organization, well-being of the employee, poor economic opportunities, or as we look at the outcome of COVID, the remote work and what could that possibly do in terms of loss of what we call tacit knowledge transfer? So let's get started right away here. And I'll do that by looking at HR's main roles. Now, if you take a look over the last 100 years or so, you start out with one of the major movements was called scientific management. And the theme of that was training and retaining workers. This was thought to be create a more productive workforce. And that was great for the first 10, 15, 20 years of its existence. Then we began to understand that workers wanted more than just a paycheck. They wanted more than just to be trained so that they could earn a salary. They wanted to feel belonging. They wanted to be happy in their job. And so new thinking started happening is that we want workers trained and we want them retained in order to be productive. We also want them happy to be productive. Okay, so trained, retained, happy workers make for a productive workforce. As we're learning more about this, and we're gaining more experience as managers with the new corporate world that developed over the 1940s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, we learned that employees also want to have psychological, safety. They want to be able to feel that they're respected. They want to be able to feel that they're accepted within their team, within their company, within the workforce. And that also adds to their productivity. So now we want trained, retained, happy, and respected and accepted employees in order to create a productive workforce. Now, with the miniaturization, digitalization of all kinds of sensors, we now can walk around with a smartphone or a smart watch and measure our steps, measure our sleep, measure our blood pressure, measure stress levels, lots of things that we're able to gather with these sensors. And we're beginning to think, okay, what effect does that have on your cognitive performance? Particularly, knowledge workers whose cognitive performance is the raison d'etre for them. If they don't sleep enough, they're not active enough. Are they going to feel productive? So all of those things now are what HR departments are all about. They're all about creating productivity. Okay, and highly engaged workers are thought to be very productive workers. So the more I can increase these different components in order to increase their engagement, I'll be able to have, as a firm, more productivity, and hopefully more profits. Now, who's doing this kind of research? When we first started our research, we took a look and see who else is doing research, and we found that mostly it's Anglo-Saxons. It's mostly American researchers, British researchers, at least research being published in Anglo-Saxon journals. APEC, which are part of APEC in Korea, is the second largest area. But then after that, the rest of the world, and then my home region, the European Union, we're not particularly involved in this at all. There's an expression in French that says Americans live to work and French work to live. Okay, so being engaged is not one of the things that was very important to French workers, and it hasn't certainly shown up in that research has not been actively engaged in that either. Okay, we all know about monotonous jobs, factory jobs, assembly jobs, and things like that. But happily, most monotonous jobs are being replaced by machines. Of course, this does leave us with a problem. The problem is, what do the workers do who had those monotonous jobs and who can't be retrained to be doctors, lawyers, or rocket scientists? What happens to them? We need to have some kind of way of dealing with their careers, their work, their lives. And most of us are sympathetic to that, and many of us pay our taxes, and we try to make sure programs are there as a safety net, retraining, et cetera, so people can feel they have a meaningful career, a meaningful contribution in the modern economy. But that's been sort of divorced from people that had college diploma, because they never really faced those kind of challenges. Except machine learning and AI is now challenging those perspectives. Here's some of the occupations that are already under threat by this: teachers, human resources, customer service. I like to skip down to legal, lawyers. Chat GPT-4 is able to pass a law exam in the 90th percentile. So, the problem that the manufacturing workers whose jobs were automated faced in the 70s and 80s and 90s, those of us who are in more interesting, more technically advanced, more academic kind of jobs are going to be facing many of the same constraints. That's a bit of a problem. Okay, engagement. I'm sort of happy to say that as a French person, engagé, engagement, is a French concept that had the idea of pledging your loyalty. You had a legal or moral obligation to the master of the estate or the royalty in your country. But let's skip forward to modern life. In modern life, definition of employee engagement, even though it's very many different definitions, ones that mostly we're focusing on is this engagement is an emotional commitment to the employer and to the mission of the organization, to the goals of the organization. And so this means that this commitment, you're not there just to get a paycheck, just to get a promotion. You're there because you believe in the product, you believe in the mission of the organization. So that's what we think about as engaged workers, those who believe in the mission of the organization. And why is this good? We find engaged workers produce higher services, better quality, productivity. That leads to higher customer satisfaction. That leads to increased sales. That leads to higher levels of profit. And that leads to higher shareholder returns. So everybody is happy in that area. And if you take a look at Gallup's poll, they've been doing this for about 25 years, polling workers around the world on their engagement levels. We find lots of good stuff, okay? Absenteeism goes down, turnover goes down, theft or shrinkage of the material go down, quality defects go down, customer loyalty increases, productivity increases, safety goes down. Safety decreases. The benefits of accidents go down, okay? Higher profitability, employees' well-being, the thriving employees goes up considerably. Organizational participation, it goes up. In hospital healthcare settings, safety accidents with safety incidents with patients go down. So that's all great, except it's missing something. Where are the employee benefits? This is obviously employee benefit, well-being, that's nice. You can say not having an accident is an employee benefit, that's nice. But do employees sense these kind of benefits? And the question might be answered by the statement, no. Gallup finds that engaged employees are a rarity. Globally, 23% are. 62% are not engaged at all. 15% are actively disengaged, okay? Now, some of the things that Gallup measures, some of the, we'll say the rest here is things like thriving. Are they struggling? Are they suffering? Most are not thriving. Many are struggling. A few of them are really suffering. 41% has daily negative emotion of stress or anger or loneliness. So why aren't employees engaged? If all that good stuff can happen, why aren't they? Why don't they feel more engaged? It might be the way that it's measured by Gallup. These are the kind of measurements they have. Life evaluation, global worries, stress, anger, sadness, respect for employees, corruption in business. These factors are what they measure in their instrument to measure engagement. What they don't measure is trust. How can you be engaged with the company if you don't trust them? To me, this is a really blind spot. Gallup measures trust, but in different surveys. they don't have it integrated into their engagement surveys. So let's take a look at that. I did some research with Harvard Business School, Harvard Business Review, the SEMS community, European Management Schools, which are top schools of Europe, and many of my SEMS partners. And we surveyed over 1,000 managers who graduated, or the alumni of Harvard Business School or the SEMS schools, and asked them some questions about trust. We asked two kinds of questions. One is what we call general trust. And general trust, we say, you know, do you trust a person walking down the street with a question about your career, for example? And this is on a 1 to 5 scale. This is compressed a little bit, what you see here, to show the differences. And non-European Anglo-Saxons, Canadians, Americans, Australians, New Zealanders, they had pretty high level of trust. 3.9 out of 5 is not too bad. Europeans, 3.7, not too bad. Central and East Asian, much lower. I mean, they're above average, you know, of 3, but they're not much higher than that. Be interesting to know why. Reach out to me if you can explain that to me. Now, remember this, 3.9, 3.7, 3.4. Now let's switch over to the questions when we asked about, do they trust their boss? Do they trust their organization? And there we find much lower, 3.3, 3.2, 2.9. Europeans do not trust their bosses or their companies. It is very clear, way below the average here. Central and Eastern Asians, you trust your company more than you trust a stranger. And Northern non-European Anglo-Saxons do. They trust, I'm sorry, I misspoke. They trust their company less than they trust a stranger, both the Central and Eastern Asians and the non-European Anglo-Saxons. Why is that? This is a very interesting question. Now, some other factors we want to take a look at, and moving past trust here, is declining engagement and employee commitment. If the employer is not committed to the health and well-being of its employees, obviously that's going to create a decline in engagement from the employee, and that's going to drive increased turnover. So here you see this green line, or the percent of engaged employees. It's not really changed a lot in the past 4 or 5 years. There was a little increase in around COVID time. Organizations who cares about my well-being increased also. Employees thought that the companies cared about them, but look how that's dropped off rapidly here. And as you see these things going down, you see looking for another job going up. Okay, so if you do not feel your employer is committed to your health and well-being, you're not going to be committed to the employer's goals, so the employer's mission, and therefore you're probably going to look for another job. Same kind of thing is looking for another job is great if you can find another job. If you have a bad labor market, that's going to increase your dissatisfaction, increase your active disengagement. Here I highlighted where Korea is on this scale. And you see it's on the low end of being able to find a good job. And it's higher than most in terms of having actively disengaged workers. So here, some of the competitors of Korea, China, India, Philippines, Vietnam, Taiwan, are doing better in that area. So something's got to be working better in Korea if you want to increase the engagement of the workers in order to produce more profits for the firm. Now, when we move to looking at the effects of COVID, COVID, of course, opened the doors to remote work. Before that, remote work was pretty rare. After COVID, remote work became much more common. And what we see here in this green line is the amount of engagement for people working exclusively remotely. And we see that's just been declining dramatically over the past several years. Okay. This is a sense that they're losing the mission. They're losing the sense of what is the mission, what is the purpose of the company. They're working remote. They're not being constantly reminded of that. They don't have constant interaction with their colleagues, and therefore they're going to be dropping off in terms of their engagement. So that's a really negative effect of working remotely after COVID. Now, I want to move now to the second area about that. This is what we call tacit knowledge and remote work. Tacit knowledge is an idea that you learn something how to do your job by yourself, no formal training. It focuses on understanding how to do things. It's not some kind of theoretical knowledge. It's practical. It's useful for your personal success. Now, according to many researchers in this area of tacit knowledge, one of the important sources of tacit knowledge is casual conversations with your colleagues. The more casually you interact with them, the more likely you are to gain this kind of tacit knowledge. Fewer chances encounters disrupts this transfer. If you're working remotely, you're not going to have that kind of transfer. More interactions, however, lead to better decisions. So I want to show you the research for those two statements. We have here in the survey we did about 3,000 people, and master's students, executives, working managers, etc. From around the world. We found that the managers who interacted with their colleagues, casual interaction, socialization, rarely, sometimes or often, had better scores. Lower scores, better score. Okay, means they made decisions more like our control group, which was a set of CEOs. Those who never or too much, the party animals over here, are not making better decisions. That's interesting there. It shows the importance of being able to have contact with your colleagues in order to improve things. Second research we did is we used this tacit knowledge assessment test, and we gave it to 68 executives in Europe that were enrolled in executive MBA. And the test asked them to solve kind of managerial situations. 3 of the managerial situations, how to manage yourself, 3, how to manage others, 3, how to manage a task. And the total score, this is on a range of 0, which is perfect, score. It perfectly matches what the CEO would say, to 100 to 650, which is very far away. So these guys were very good because they were already executives and they were being trained to be even better. But when we put them in a team, we found that they actually improved even more their scores. Their scores went down, which is good. So teamwork leads to better decisions. And finally, to wrap this up a little bit, there are 4 kinds of engagement models. One is no engagement. Neither the employee nor the employer are engaged with each other. Each is for themselves. There's abusive engagement, where the employer succeeds in creating short-term engagement of the employee, but eventually the employee will burn out or become exhausted. You have unsatisfied engagement, where the employee is engaged, but the employer is not engaged, and that's not good. And then finally, you have shared engagement, where both employee and employer are engaged, actively working for each other's success. That's your gold standard. That's what you want to try to have. And just a few final thoughts here. Is it ethical to push for engagement? Employees commit to work, but what do they get for that? If the employer doesn't give them something for that, it's really, I believe, unethical to push for engagement. Is engagement this kind of Anglo-Saxon phenomena? Is it sold by US consulting companies? Does it generalize? Your team there working on engagement at your university, would be fascinating to talk with them and see what they're learning about that. Are devotion to work and national culture related? That's a big question for us to discuss in the future. In any case, thank you very much. I very much appreciated sharing this information with you. I look forward to having further contact with you. I wish you well and enjoy the rest of your conference. Thank you very much.
네, 세 번째 발표 잘 보셨습니까? 우리 세글라 교수님께서 코비드 이후에 정말 이게 직원 몰입이 가능한 걸까라는 어떤 화두성의 제목으로 발표를 해주셨습니다. 특히나 세글라 교수님께서는 인게이지먼트의 관점을 약간 이모셔널 커미트먼트라는 개념으로 좀 바라보신 게 좀 재밌는 부분이고요. 상당히 많은 학자들이 인게이지먼트에 대해서 다양하게 우리가 가장 많이 쓰이는 개념은 셔펠리의 워크 인게이지먼트와 브레이시아의 인플로이 인게이지먼트 개념을 많이 쓰지만 그 밖에도 다양한 우리 칸이 개념을 만든 것들을 다양한 맥락 속에서 해석하는 과정에서 다양한 개념을 보는데요. 우리 세갈라 교수님께서는 HRM 관점에서 보다 보니까 이모셔널 커미트먼트의 관점으로 보신 것 같습니다. 특히나 코비드 이후에 이런 인게이지먼트를 유지하고 향상하기 위해서는 무엇보다도 인플로이의 커미먼트가 중요하고 그 인플로이 커미먼트 중에서도 갤럽의 조사 결과에서 말씀 주셨지만 트러스트, 신뢰가 중요하다. 신뢰가 있지 않으면 결국 사람들은 다른 직업을 알아보려고 한다라는 것들을 이런 결과를 통해서 보여주셨습니다. 그리고 더불어서 이제 이런 tacit knowledge, 이런 암묵 지식이죠. 이런 부분에서 어떻게 할 거냐. 우리나라에서도 많이 그런 나오지만 특히 코비드 이후에서는 사람들과의 대면 접촉이 많이 줄어들 수밖에 없는 상황에서 tacit knowledge를 하기 위해서는 코워커들과의 많은 접촉과 대화가 매우 중요하다. 이런 말씀 주셨습니다. 그리고 끝으로 이제 좀 나름 개인적으로는 상당히 우리가 연구적 관점에서 바라볼 필요가 있다는 어떤 제안을 주셨는데요. 그게 바로 인게이지먼트 쿼드런트입니다. 그래서 네 가지 차원에서 노 인게이지먼트, 그다음에 shared engagement, abusive engagement, unsatisfied engagement를 주셨습니다. 결국은 인게이지먼트를 하기 위해서는 조직 구성원의 혼자만의 노력이 아닌 인플로이의 트러스트, 커미먼트도 같이 있어야 된다라는 거죠. 또 그렇지 않으면 번아웃이 된다라고 했기 때문에 이런 관점에서 우리가 연구적 관점에서 봤을 때는 우리 인게이지먼트와 번아웃과 트러스트 이런 부분들을 같이 레이턴트 프로파일 어나리시스로 볼 수도 있을 것 같고요. 그래서 네 가지 집단으로 우리가 쿼드런트로 한번 바라볼 수도 있는 아이디어가 있을 것 같고요. 또 다른 편으로는 HR 컨설팅을 하시는 분들에게 있어서는 인게이지먼트를 네 가지 집단으로 나누는데 어떤 개인의 노력과 조직의 노력을 함께 했을 때 어떻게 이 네 가지의 차원으로 볼 수 있을지에 대한 고민도 상당히 의미가 있을 거라고 봅니다. 더불어서 마지막에 이제 세갈라 교수님께서 이런 화두의 질문을 주셨습니다. How ethical is the push for engagement? 인게이지먼트란 푸시가 우리 인게이지먼트를 하기 위해서 여러 가지 노력들이 그런 푸시들이 과연 얼마나 윤리적인가라는 거죠. 왜 인게이지먼트를 도와주는데 왜 윤리를 이야기하지? 라고 생각하는데 사실은 앞 서두에서 세갈라 교수님께서 이런 말씀하셨습니다. 미국은 live to work, 프랑스는 work to live. 그래서 오히려 프랑스에서는 인게이지먼트가 그렇게 중요하지 않다라는 말씀 주셨는데 그래서 마지막에 두 번째 질문으로 이런 인게이지먼트가 앵글로색슨에 대한 어떤 현상인가라는 또 어떤 질문을 주셨습니다. 자, 이걸 봤을 때 질적 연구에 관심 있는 또 여러분 박사분들이라면 대학원생분들은 우리가 그러면 정말 이런 인게이지먼트를 하는 것들이 얼마나 윤리적 관점에서 의미가 있는 건가 그리고 어떻게 이슈가 있는 건가를 볼 수 있겠고 좀 더 욕심을 내본다면 한국과 미국과 그다음에 유럽, 프랑스라든지 이런 나라의 어떤 비교 연구까지도 같이 고민해 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 그리고 제가 인게이지먼트 쿼드런트를 말씀드릴 때 한 가지 더 바라볼 필요는 이런 것들이 또 MZ 세대에서의 또 어떻게 할 수 있는지 이런 것과 같이 연계해서도 충분히 의미가 있을 거라고 봅니다. 자, 이렇게 세 가지 세션 3의 발표를 마쳤습니다. 자, 그러면 이어서 오늘 하루 오후 1시부터 진행됐던 2024 글로벌 휴먼 인게이지먼트 컨퍼런스 인게이지먼트 for Future Expand the Window에 대한 클로징 세션을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 장시간 함께 해주셔서 너무 감사한데요. 우리가 이제 오늘 기조 연설을 들으시고 그 다음에 우리 개의사를 들으시고 그 다음에 우리 키노트 스피치로 러닝과 스쿨 인게이지먼트가 무엇이고 어떻게 다른가를 했습니다. 사실 이 스피치의 의미는 우리가 인게이지먼트를 다양하게 쓰고 있지만 사실은 또 학습에 대한 러닝 인게이지먼트나 학교 인게이지먼트가 사실 좀 너무나 무분별하고 또는 이렇게 뭉쳐서 쓰이는다라는 어떤 문제의식을 가지고 문헌 연구를 통해서 그런 것들이 어떻게 다르고 어떻게 측정해야 되는지 어떻게 더 달리 봐야 되는지에 대한 문제의식과 이슈를 던져주셨습니다. 주셨습니다. 그걸 받아서 첫 번째 우리가 이제 세션에서 했던 건 스튜던트 인게이지먼트입니다. 그래서 우리가 인게이지먼트의 익스팬드 윈도우를 확장하기 위해서 첫 번째 바라봤던 스튜던트 인게이지먼트는 그렇게 하려면 우리 첫 번째 세션에 호스트도 체어도 말씀 주셨지만 그런 개념들을 어떻게 측정할 수 있냐는 거죠. 의미를 차별화하고 그 차별화하는 걸 구체화하기 위해서는 그걸 측정할 수 있어야 되기 때문에 그런 매저먼트에 대한 관점을 좀 새 발표자가 말씀 주셨습니다. 그래서 첫 번째는 하이어 에듀케이션에서의 스튜던트 인게이지먼트 스케일을 말씀 주셨고 두 번째는 온라인 수업, MOOC, 자기 셀프 디렉트 러닝 하는 MOOC에서 상에서의 러너 인게이지먼트라든지 아니면 MOOC에서의 에이전트 인게이지먼트를 어떻게 개념화하고 측정했는지 이런 발표들을 통해서 인게이지먼트 측정 도구의 어떤 차별화, 맥락화, 타당화에 대한 어떤 우리에게 다양한 학문적, 실무적 시사점을 제시했다고 생각합니다. 두 번째 세션에서는 시빅 인게이지먼트에 대한 발표를 주셨습니다. 시빅 인게이지먼트에서는 우리 측정도 개발에 두 건 있었고 또 하나의 발표에서는 그런 시빅 인게이지먼트가 어떻게 스튜던트의 어치브먼트, 석세스에 연결될 수 있는지에 대한 탐색적 연구가 있었습니다. 특히나 좀 재밌었던 것은 우리가 시빅 인게이지먼트라는 것을 이제 우리가 시민 참여, 시민 몰입이라고 볼 수 있는데 이 시빅 인게이지먼트에 대한 대상을 일반적인 한국에서 사회에서는 제너럴 어덜트, 일반적 성인들을 지역사회 성인을 했다면 해외 사례에서는 어린 영 칠드런을 통해서 대상으로 한 시빅 인게이지먼트 스케일을 만들었다. 이런 것들은 좀 흥미로웠고요. 더불어서 그런 것들을 가지고 그러한 시빅 인게이지먼트를 어떻게 스튜던트의 석세스, 어치먼트에 연결할 것이냐 이런 부분들에 대한 연구도 우리가 같이 들으면서 많은 연구를 아이디어를 생각할 수 있었던 계기였던 것 같습니다. 자, 끝으로 방금 제가 진행했던 인플로이 인게이지먼트 세 번째 세션이었습니다. 세 번째 세션에서는 조직을 대상으로 한 조직 구성을 대상으로 한 이런 연구에서 우리가 기존에 인게이지먼트 하면 가장 오래 떠오르는 잡 디맨드 리소스 모델이죠. 그다음에 혹은 익스텐디드 JDR 모델이 있는데 이런 걸 통해서 우리가 직무 자원과 개인 자원, 그다음에 몰입을 통해서 성과들을 이뤄가는 여러 과정들을 그 안에 또 디맨드 그런 전체적인 우리가 갖고 있는 모델을 통해서 다양한 실증적인 개념적 연구를 진행해 왔었는데요. 그런 것들을 이제 다음 단계로 넘어가는 차원에서 우리 디메리트 교수님은 특히나 코비드 상황에서 이런 인게이지먼트를 하기 위한 하나의 방안으로 잡 크래프팅을 서스테인을 할 수 있는 방안으로 셀프 트레이닝의 메서드를 포맷을 좀 제안 주셨습니다. 온라인 툴과 같이 제안 주셨죠. 그래서 그런 것들이 어떻게 효과가 있는지를 좀 보여주셨기 때문에 앞으로 이러한 인터벤션의 이펙티브니스에 대한 연구를 실험 연구와 같이 병행한다면 상당히 의미 있고 효과적인 연구의 확장성에 저희 이 컨퍼런스가 의도하는 익스팬드 윈도우가 될 것 같고요. 두 번째, 세 번째 발표자 분들께서는 두 번째 레이터 교수님 같은 경우는 이제 우리가 인게이지먼트를 바라보는 관점을 번아웃을 어드레스하는 관점으로 좀 바라보셨고 그런 관점에서 인게이지먼트, 번아웃의 스펙트럼을 인게이지먼트, 디스인게이지먼트, 번아웃 이렇게 세 가지 스펙트럼을 보셨습니다. 그래서 그 세 가지 스펙트럼에 있어서의 그것들을 디스매치하는 내지는 차별화시키는 요소로 프로파일의 5가지 요인을 말씀 주셨죠. 특히나 워크로드, 리워드, 커뮤니티, 페어네스, 밸류에 대해서 그런 부분들을 우리 향후의 연구에서 다양하게 좀 실증해 볼 수 있지 않을까라는 생각을 했습니다. 마지막으로 코비드 이후에 정말로 인게이지먼트가 가능한 건지 직원 몰입이 가능한 건지에 대한 화두를 던져주셨고 그렇게 하기 위해서는 중요한 건 조직의 인플로이 커미먼트고 그중 하나로서 트러스트를 생각해야 된다. 자, 그런 관점에서 봤을 때 인플로이에 대한 쿼드런트, 인게이지먼트 쿼드런트 네 가지 측면을 네 가지 차원을 또 생각해 볼 수 있다. 이러한 또 시사점을 주셨습니다. 이러한 내용, 죄송합니다. 이러한 내용을 아울러 볼 때 오늘 우리가 다루었던 스튜던트 인게이지먼트, 시빅 인게이지먼트, 그다음에 인플로이 인게이지먼트의 세 가지 것들을 대상과 맥락에 따라서 한번 정리해 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 먼저 대상을 봤을 때는 학교 학생들을 대상으로 한 스튜던트 인게이지먼트, 또 동시에 이 스튜던트 인게이지먼트는 교육의 맥락, 에듀케이션 컨텍스트라는 것을 갖고 있었고 두 번째 시빅 인게이지먼트는 컨텍스트는 소셜이지만 대상은 특정 대상이 아닌 어떤 어린애부터 성인까지 다양한 또 넓은 범주의 우리가 인게이지먼트 대상을 좀 바라볼 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 세 번째 인플로이 인게이지먼트는 조직 구성원을 대상으로 하기 때문에 기업의 맥락에서 조직의 맥락에서 우리가 인게이지먼트 어떻게 바라볼 수 있지 이런 것들을 우리가 했기 때문에 그런 세 가지 것들이 서로 일부 겹치기도 하지만 또 오히려 서로 다른 부분에서 우리가 인게이지먼트를 바라보는 또 인게이지먼트 또 우리가 확장해서 이해할 수 있는 또 어떻게 활용할 수 있는 맥락에 따라서 구체하고 차별화하고 타당하고 그런 걸 활용할 수 있는 여러 가지 아이디어와 시사점을 오늘 이러한 세션들을 통해서 좀 배우셨기를 배우고 또 한번 생각해 보시고 아이디어를 또 얻으셨기를 바라겠습니다. 자, 그럼 이것으로써 오늘 함께했던 2024 글로벌 휴먼 인게이지먼트 컨퍼런스를 종료하도록 하겠습니다. 수고하셨습니다.